oyez. Anyone having business before the Queen's Justice of the Superior Court of Justice, attend now and you shall be heard. Long live the Queen. Please be seated.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Somebody's just going to check something.
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, as I did yesterday, I wish to again introduce Mark Ebert, who is here to assist me, and of course, you know Mr. Alan Corbiere, thank you, seated to my right. I understand that there is an ongoing practice when presenting or tendering a witness that we're supposed to have qualified as an expert in a particular area, that there might be consent reached. And I refer specifically to the minutes of the of the case management conference, September 7th. And if I just might read that, it says expert qualifications to the extent possible prior to voir dire. Parties should provide Justice Hennessy with either correspondence outlining the disputes or else a summary of those disputes. And at the end of that, it says examinations of in-chief of experts Alan Corbiere and Heidi Boaker shall occur as scheduled in the community on a without prejudice basis, and the voir dires for these experts shall subsequently occur in Sudbury before their cross-examinations.
And you're telling me all this because...
We have sought consent with respect to Mr. Corbiere's qualifications, and I'm advised by my friends that they do have some issue. They have kindly provided me this morning with their position on that, and I'm happy to hand that up to the court as the court has requested. Canada's response and Ontario's response are both here, and so we would then proceed on the basis that we would tender the witness on a without prejudice basis, and that they would then speak at the opening of court in Sudbury, I expect, before cross-examination occurs of Mr. Corbiere, to deal with those issues. I expect fully that in the interim as well, we would have the opportunity to perhaps discuss further, and with a view to resolving it before we have to take it up with the court.
Very good. Can I take a look at those, please? Oh. So, I'm just going to take a look at it. And I just had to take take the opportunity to give your position on this note of qualifications with respect to the Treaty of Niagara. And the plaintiff's proposed revised qualification statement, has it been seen by Ontario?
It was provided last night. We reviewed it, but it was not responsive to the concerns that we raised, so we're unable to agree to the revised proposed qualification. And just one small point of clarification, we provided our response on August 3rd, not last night, or this morning. We provided a summary.
And do I take it from Ontario's response on this document, if you take a look at it, that the underscored words are your additions, or no?
Yes, the underlined words are the proposed change. One, I believe, is an omission, which is just noted with an underlined blank.
Right. So that would be 3 proposed. 2 underscores and a blank.
I believe the blank is underlined.
Yes.
That's correct. There's 3 proposed changes.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I should note though, that is the original proposed qualification statement. The
Yes.
revised one is different than the one that we responded to.
Okay.
We're prepared to have Mr. Corbiere step forward and be affirmed. I understand my friend Mr. McCullough might have, or had wanted to address the court as well.
Can I just say, you're in my blind spot in Canada, so if you, this one, Mr. McCullough, I can see you. Thank you.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you very much.
I know Your Honor is not taking attendance, but Mr. Young asked me to express his regrets at not being able to attend court today.
Oh, thank you very much. And Mr. Worm, you quoted from the February 7th minutes?
September 7th, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Mr. Corbiere, would you take the witness seat, please?
Good morning, Mr. Corbiere. Thank you for being here today. Can you please spell your first and last name?
A-L-A-N, Alan, C-O-R-B-I-E-R-E.
Thank you. Are you ready to be affirmed?
I'm ready.
Do you affirm that the evidence to be given by you to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbiere. I should say, before we get underway, as I've explained to you earlier, this is all being recorded. The person just to your immediate left is a transcriber and can create a transcript on a daily basis in order for counsel to be able to review the happenings, in order for the court to have a court record. And it's important that when you're giving your evidence, that you speak such that she might be able to hear you and to understand you. When you're going to be using Anishinaabe words, that you might take some additional time to assist, perhaps by sounding it or spelling it, just again for the assistance of the court record. your evidence here is important. I do know that you do speak quite eloquently and not very fast, so I'm not sure that we should have any difficulty in that respect. But if we do, either I or the court, or even perhaps others in the courtroom may step forward and ask if you might slow down or otherwise. Fair enough?
Fair.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I'll just add to that and say there are many people who have come here to listen, and sometimes the sound system is great for those machines recording it, but not so great for the people in the room. So if you could make sure that they get to hear you as well, I appreciate it.
In addition to Justice Hennessy's very accurate observation, this proceeding is also being webcast, and so there are additional viewers that are out there watching this on their own devices, whether at home or in classrooms. So, you are Alan Corbiere,
Correct.
and I have what has been attached as Exhibit A to your affidavit, and that is your curriculum vitae. And you are described there as Anishinaabe Nation Revival Program Coordinator, Lakeview School, Chidini First Nation.
I formerly was, as of August 31st. I took a leave. I'm now pursuing my PhD at York University in Toronto, Ontario. So I commenced September 7th.
September 7th of
2017.
2017, thank you. And I see that you have a Master's of Environmental Science as a degree already.
That's correct.
And can you talk about your intellectual and educational evolution and background that brings you here today?
Okay, but before I do, I want to say something in Ojibwe, and I realize the stenographer will not be able to understand me, but I just want to, I have to say this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand that it is part of your protocol, and
Yeah.
I think that the court has heard some of that before.
Yeah.
And we can assist the stenographer afterwards so that she can have a proper record. Please go ahead.
Okay. Ni so ji benendo dan chiging gonjba. My name is the Fisher, and my clan is the Rough Grouse. I'm from Chiging First Nation on Manitoulin Island.
Thank you, Mr. Corbiere.
Well, I was going to keep going. Chigaway Ko, It's been a long time for me to try and start to speak my language. Nos inola gashe gashaba. My parents spoke Ojibwe to each other every day when I was a child. But unfortunately, they decided that it would be best for us that we just learn English. So they turned to speak to us kids, my siblings and I, in English. This isn't a unique story, unfortunately. It's, I think the majority in the room, maybe the majority in the room went through this as well. So, when I met my wife, we decided that we were going to try and learn something. And it was only when my oldest daughter was born, that I decided I'm going to try and learn to speak Ojibwe. This is what I had thought. I can blame my parents for not speaking to me, or I can turn around and try and learn from them. So since then, they've been speaking to me in Ojibwe. So now my parents speak to me, but my mother no longer does because of course she passed away. But my father is my primary teacher in Ojibwe now. And but I've had many other teachers speaking a language. And one of the primary ones is Alan Corbiere who works at Laurentian University. Gina Cousin, so I used the books that she made and the lessons she made to aid me in learning that as well. What I wanted to say about my education was when I was at Lakeview School and we got to grade 6, the teachers at that time decided, and the principal decided, that they would prepare us for high school. So they made 2 streams and we had rotating classes to mimic how it would be in high school. And they said to us, you can either take French or Ojibwe. And then one of them had said to me, you're smart, you should take French, because you're going to go further with it. So, of course, the teacher's telling you that, you kind of say, okay, well, I'll believe that, and I'll follow that advice. But around the same time, this was about grade 8, my dad had, my dad had come inside, come home, and it was late at night. So then he started talking to me. My dad started talking to me. Then he switched. Then he started talking to me in Ojibwe. And then he says to me, he says, you don't understand what I said. And he let out a big, he exhaled when he said that. You don't understand what I said. I said, no, I didn't understand. He said, I should have taught you our language. So that really affected me. I always remember that. I always remember what my old man said to me there. So then that's when I decided, when I thought, I'm going to try and learn as much as I can. And it's been hard. I'm not fully fluent. A lot of people think I'm fluent, but the ones that think I'm fluent are the ones that don't know. But the real speakers here, they know that I got funny syntax. And not good known in a Portuguese way. I'll mix some words up and stuff, eh? But anything that's written in Ojibwe, I've learned to read it. I'm a good reader. And also, I can understand the majority of what's written, I can understand it. And many times now, in the last 23 years of my life, I recorded elders. Well, back then it was cassette tapes when I started. Now we use video with SD cards. And so what I do, I transcribe what they say. Whoever says something and they let me record them, then I write down, I do a transcription of what they said. And then, and I'm assisted by some elders where I worked when I was at Lakeview School at the Anishinaabe Revival Program. I was assisted by 3 elders in particular, Evelyn Roy from Chiging, and then also Louis Devosque, who is also from Chiging, and then my father. He would help me as well. So I type out what these elders say, I write it out, and then I try to make Anishinaabe materials for students and second language learners. That's been my goal. So I've been doing that for about 23 years, 24, something like that. So you asked about my schooling. I went to the University of Toronto. My father in particular always pushed me to go to school. wanted me to go to school. So I made it, I got accepted into the University of Toronto, and the idea, I guess some people wanted me to become a doctor, and that didn't work out. And then when that didn't work out, I decided there, I was like, well, since I'm not going to be a medical doctor, maybe I can help the earth, was what I thought. And it sounds kind of corny, but that's what I thought. That I'll be able to help the earth, so that's why I went into environmental science. So I took environmental science, I got my Bachelor of Science down there at the University of Toronto. Then I got a job with the Assembly of First Nations. And we were on an epidemiological study looking at the contaminants in fish and game. And then one of our main concerns at that time was looking at how Anishinaabe understand fish and the animals. And we wanted to incorporate that into our study. But with this pure epidemiological study, the non-native scientists on that study didn't really value that per se. Whereas the Anishinaabe people were trying to understand what these animals meant, how they bless us, what we say. They bless us with their hide, with their bones, with their meat, with their spirit, and their teachings. So we were trying to convey that in this study. So that's what got me interested in the environment. And one of the elders at that time told me that was probably one of the best decisions you made in your life, was to get into the environment. So I worked at that for a while, and this was about 96. I decided I was going to go to enter into my master's. And I got accepted at the York University Masters of Environmental Studies program. And there they have a wide-ranging pedagogy, I guess you could say. And that you don't just go there thinking you're going to study environment, how we think of environment in a real confined sense. So I got there and I asked, I saw what other people were studying. And I had known that Shirley Williams, who's an elder from Dobening, we say, but it's called South Bay in English, in Wifunka, but she's a professor at Trent University. And she did her master's there at the same program, Master's of Environmental Studies, and she did it on language. So I knew then that they had a broad definition of what environment meant, and environment included a speaking environment, as well as a conceptual environment about language. So I decided I'm going to do language renewal. So by this time I had been living in Toronto for about, since 88, and in 1996 was when I started at York. And then by that time I had been taking community Anishinaabe classes, and that's how we study our language, Anishinaabe in our language. And I was taking different classes, and I said, I want to study how we're going to revitalize our language. Because I'm tired, I said, of, at that point in time, I didn't know Marianne's course very much materials made. And so when I entered there, I was tired of saying, Manda Dokwen, Manda Npe, Manda Nbish. This is the table, this is water. I wanted to say more than that. So that's when I started recording elders. I said, I'm tired of saying Dokwen, Bakwen, just sup, shrimp sup, wigwam. I was learning a lot of nouns. And then after a while, I think I would estimate, I learned about 1,000 words, but I didn't know how to put them together. And then that's when somebody said, I was talking to Anishinaabe quiet, and she said to me, I said, I think I know 1,000 or 2,000 words. I said, but I don't put them together right. And then she says, oh, Alan Corbiere has a course, and it teaches you that. So I guess, I don't know, vain is the right word, But I thought, I'm not a beginner. I don't need to do the beginner one. I'll start it immediately. And I just bought the course. I didn't enroll in the course. I just bought the course book. And I went through that in a month. I was so hungry for that. I was so hungry looking for something, and that it just explained so much. So then for my master's, I went home and I asked elders for different stories. And then that was, I thought, okay, I'll record these elders, and I told them, Anishinaabe Nation, speak our language only when I'm recording you. Just talk Ojibwe, and I'm going to record and I'm going to write down what you say. I said, Anishinaabe with Kapuki. I'm going to write out what you have said. So they said, okay, so some of them agreed to it. And then I went back and made that part of my master's. That transcription was one of my requirements for my education. I handed in the tape, and I handed in the transcript that I did, as well as the translation that I had come up with, and that was, I had assistance. And so when I first started that tape, I was in over my head. So then, Igunona Bapa, Benal Mushin Gina. So I said to my dad, I phoned up my dad there. I said, I'm stuck here. I got to hand this in by December, and I've written out as much as I can, but I need your help. So he came down to Toronto. I was living in Toronto, and then he helped me to transcribe those tapes and to translate, because the elders that I know, then when you're naturally speaking, they speak fast. So, and I rewound the tape, play it again. I said, does he say this here? He says, no, he's saying this. So he'd say it slowly for me. Then I'd write it down. So my dad, he can't write it, but I can write it. And my dad can speak it, but I couldn't speak it then. So he not one man. We helped each other, and my dad really helped me with my education there. So one of the elders that I fortunately got to talk to was the late Johnny Devaske. And Johnny Devaske was a World War II veteran from Chiging, and also a counselor, and his dad had been a chief on the reserve for a long time. So one of the things that I wanted to do was, I was looking at different stories of our people, because like I said, I was tired of saying I want to eat candy or whatever. I wanted to get more substance. I wanted to learn our language. I wanted to learn our story. I wanted to learn our narrative. And I wanted to pass that on. Because I think the original medium and the best medium to convey our story is Anishinaabe. So that's been my belief, and that's what I've been pursuing this last little while. Johnny Devaske. So when I went to visit this old man, Johnny Devaske, and it was one of my former teachers at Lakeview School, Nancy Devaske, who helped me. She's the one who said, well, I'll take you over there, because I was shy to go and talk to him. And she said, well, I'll go over there with you. He'll let you record. So I went there, and Nancy, she didn't hold my hand, but she might as well have held my hand going in there. And then I turned on the tape, and so that's what he said, so you're going to school? And I said, yeah, I'm going to school. And he said, so he was that's one of the reasons he wanted to let me record it. And then when I was turning on the tape, then he just started going. I said that Lami said Chiging. What does Chiging mean? That's what I asked him in Ojibwe. What does the word Chiging mean? I'd seen different interpretations of it. And he says, and he says, they used to talk about Nanabush. And then at that point, I was still learning about our ceremonial ways. And I was told by people, different people, that we don't tell those stories in the summer. And this was actually in June when I went to see this old man. And that's the first thing he says. So I got shy and turned the tape off. And I thought, I shouldn't record this. He's talking about an ambush. And, so I didn't record it. I went and seen him again. And then this time, he says again, I said, oh, he says, what are you studying? I says, oh, I'm trying to learn more stories about cheating. Oh, and he says, I'm going to talk about Nanabush. But this time I said, well, I'll just let the tape roll. And then I went and seen him a third time, and then that story came up again. So finally, after reviewing these tapes, I was like, this guy wants me to know this story. You know, you don't really realize that when you're going to see them, what they want you to know. And that was the story that he wanted me to know, that he wanted people to pass on. So this morning, I guess the Bitcoin Geek Kwashwa Gima, Duke Pelche. I met Duke outside last night when we were leaving here, and I asked him if he smoked a pipe yesterday morning. And he says, no, the day before I did. And I says, oh, okay. I says, well, is anybody going to smoke tomorrow morning? I says, are you going to bring your pipe tomorrow? And he says, I could. So I was like, okay. Then he says to me, Kindash, Kabinana Little Poggin. And do you have a pipe? Are you going to bring your pipe? So I said, yeah, I guess I'll bring my pipe too. And then there's Cliff there, the fellow who was watching the fire. He said to me, we're smoking at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I says, okay, I'll be here at 7. I'll come and smoke too. So he said another fellow, Levi, is going to be here as well. So, Nui Vigwachua, Nike Vigwachua, conduct publication, that I already thanked them this morning, but I want on this court record too, that I want to thank those guys, those pipe carriers, for bringing their pipes this morning, and the day before, and the day before that. You know, that's Nui Vigwachua, conduct Shkulak Kevin in the Oak. And I want to thank those firekeepers that keep that fire going as well. So, us Anishinaabe people, we offer that tobacco to that fire. And that's when I was thinking of what I'm going to say this morning and yesterday. So, it's been on my mind what I'm going to say. How I'm going to say it, how I'm going to make myself understood. And then like what you started off here with, that my qualifications, some are being questioned. And I just thought this morning, well, good job, Sema. I'm going to leave that to them. I said I'm going to burn tobacco and then you know, I'm going to give the smoke to them, our ancestors and our chiefs, former chiefs. So that's what I did this morning, and those guys, those pipe carriers, they helped out with that. And then they sang the songs that need to be sung. So that's how I learned about this. And so, really, not supposed to tell these stories in the summertime, what they told me is while there's leaves still on the trees. And the reason we do that is the spirit, our day, for a spirit, a year is a day. And in the springtime when those leaves come up, or when those thunders come, those thunders wake up all those spirits that are sleeping. And then all through the spring and summer and fall, those spirits are awake and they're around. And then when the snow starts to fall, and then that's when that snow makes a blanket for them. And then that's when they all go to sleep. And so that's what they say, that's when we can talk about them. We can talk about those spirits, because some of those are funny stories. And sometimes you don't like, if you hear your name and then all the people start laughing, you don't like that. You think you're getting made fun of, that you're being ridiculed. So that's the same thing with the spirits. If we tell these stories and they hear their name and then we're all laughing, then they might think we're ridiculing them. The other thing, depending on the story, if we say their name in Ojibwe, they say, "Batap toge," and "Batap toge" means your ears perk up. And they hear their name, so they look around and say, who's talking about me? And then they'll come up to see you, visit you. And some of these ones, you don't want them to come. They're dangerous, they're powerful. And at least I don't want them to come. Some of these ones that we talked about, that the thunders take care of for us. Eh? We don't want to talk about them, we want to call them. Anyway, I recorded that old man talking about our story in Chile. And when he talked about that, so I thought, I'm going to burn this tobacco this morning. Because I think I'm going to have to break a little protocol to make myself understood here. I have to talk about Nanbush. And usually we wait till there's some snow. But Cliff told me it snowed in Sault Ste. Marie last night anyway.
So maybe it's not really breaking And thank you for your sharing thus far. But let me interrupt you just briefly. I wanted to ask you about the Master of Environmental Science and your thesis in that, and how that connects with your ongoing educational journey.
This story is basically what I'm leading up to that. When I recorded him, that was part of my master's. This tape, it ended up being 3 tapes, like I said, where he told the story, and this is in my master's. And my master's was called, the title of my master's paper, it wasn't a thesis, you had 3 options, and I chose the major paper instead of thesis, just less bureaucracy. But it was called Anishinaabe Nation, and Anishinaabe again, you're stringing together beads, and it means beadworking. So the reason I chose that word for the title for my master's was I was looking at our language, and it's how it is like beadwork. Our language, linguists call our language agglutinative, and it's like Latin. So when I say to you, the sailor used a periscope, the astronomer used a telescope, the biologist used a microscope. So you know that periscope, telescope, and microscope, you already know that scope is in each of those. And that's a common part of it, and that's called a morpheme. But then when you hear tele, peri, and micro, then you get a different sense of what the word is. That's how our language is structured. So when Johnny was telling me the story about Nanbush, he says, Nanbush ran right through Chigi. And Panto conveys the idea of running. So if somebody come running in here, we say, you need to get told. That guy come running in here. And then if we turn around and grab somebody's purse and he ran away, then we say, Nimbato, he's running off away. Then when he says, Jibato, he runs right through. And then Mito, he runs by. So that's the same kind of thing that works in our language the way Latin does. You put an initial morpheme with a medial and with a final morpheme. And then that's why our elders and our speakers say it's a very descriptive language. You're able to put those all together and convey a greater sense of accuracy in what you're describing, whatever phenomena you're describing. So that's why I liken our language to beaver, because you're able to put an initial bead in there, a medial bead, and a final bead. And then you're able to get a different image in that. Zina'o-begay, we say. Zina'o-begay, well, somebody is making an image, and the zin is an image. Now, though you're stringing it, and then the gay that uses action. So you're putting that all together. The zin is an image. Now, though, lazy, and then the gay meaning the action. You're stringing together things to make an image. That's what that means. Using string. So that's why what I call my master's paper, and it was made up of these narratives, Anishinaabe narratives, because what I wanted to do was to find out what's our story from our perspective and from in our language. That was what I wanted to do. And I wanted to eventually work towards teaching that to our young people. At that time, I was a young person. And I wanted to just learn as fast as I could, but I was too slow to learn to pass it on to my kids. Now my kids, my children, I should say my children, I wasn't fast enough to pass on what I know to them. But now I'm looking to grandkids. When I have grandchildren, that's when I'll be able to do this. Anyway, this story makes it that Chigweno, we call that Chigweno, and that's called what the Jaganash, for us, Jaganash are called British people. Wentagosh, that's a Frenchman. Anma, that's a German. And then Wayachkiet, that's a white person, pale skin. That's what that means, Wachkiet. So, one of the key words that Johnny DeMosque said in his interview that always stuck with me too, Mawajaganash, Ganakakdam, Ganakak, Kinakakdam, he changes it. He changes the word, changes the name. He Webnakadan, that's the word. Webnakadan, sorry. I mispronounced it.
I have a feeling we should probably be spelling this now for me, if we're breaking down words.
We can certainly do that. We want to do what we can to facilitate. Or is it as useful if we check the record as Mr. Nalgabo did together with one of our friends?
I had a source document when we did that yesterday when we were going over the treaty. So he's just speaking generally. I just foresee this. So
Mr. Corbiere,
I don't know how you want to handle this.
Could you help the stenographer with some of that spelling, please?
Okay.
And excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
I can just keep marking it and I can go over it later with the witness. It's your preference how you want to proceed. I don't know if it would be helpful for you to know
All right.
this as well.
Let me check with Council. Mr. Worm, Ontario, Canada, do you have any problem if the witness in your attendance assists the reporter afterwards with spellings?
No problem.
Thank you very much.
No problem with that.
Thank you. All right, so I think the plan then is, Mr. Corbiere, will prevail upon you to help the recorder afterwards, the reporter.
Okay.
Okay? Is that good for?
That's okay with me. I just
All right.
want to make sure that you're available and if it's okay with everybody.
Very good. Thank you.
I might say that our friends from Red Rock and White Sand have indicated that they have no issue as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
So it is, oh, I thought your hand was up. He changes the name, as he says, Johnny says, and in the end, what he's done is he's supplanted the Anishinaabe understanding of a place, and to us, a place is tied to the story and that's tied to our history. So when you change the name, then you don't call it that anymore, then you don't prefer, then that's how you lose some of your history. So that's why these place names are important to us. And we say wherever Nanabush went, Nanaburo, Gipa, Nameto. Wherever he went, he left a sign, he left a marking, and he left us the teaching in that, so that we then use that place and whatever Nanabush did there as a way to retain our culture and our history and our teachings. Kinumadwin te, Yavin te, Kinumadwin. The teaching is still there at that place if you know the story and you know the name. That's why these places are important and why the names are important. So to us, Anishinaabe, cup and saucer doesn't mean anything to us other than we say, well, tea time. We look at that place and the story of that place isn't about tea. Isn't about tea. The story of that place is Nanabush was teasing people down in southern Ontario. The way this is Johnny's version. Down in southern Ontario, Nanabush was teasing the Mohawks, he says. He was teasing the Mohawks down there. And then they wanted to lay a beating on him. They wanted to beat him up. So he came out running up what's now called the Bruce Peninsula. And he had left his grandmother there and his canoe. So before there was a Chichiman, Nanabush already had this place going. So Nanabush ran all the way up the Bruce Peninsula, and the Nottawake are chasing him. He jumped in his canoe, put his grandma in there, and he started paddling across from now what we call Tokmori, and he landed at what's now called Providence Bay. But in our language, we call that Dimwe Zibe. Dimwe Zibe, Old Lady River. So he landed there, and then Gigabal, they got out of their canoe, and then they started running. And then Nanabush, Gimoman, Okamisa. Nanabush put his grandmother on his back, and he started running, and those people are chasing him. And then you know when you're carrying a pack and you're running, Johnny says, and as he's running, all these thorns are scraping up his shins and his legs, and he's bleeding. And then his legs start getting wobbly from the weight, and they're catching up to him. So he grabs his grandma, he says, I'll come back for you. He grabs his grandma here and here. And then he swings her around, and he throws her, and she lands in the middle of what we now call Lake Mindamoy. And that island, now people call it Treasure Island, but that's actually Nanboro Okmissan. That's actually grandma. That's Nanabush's grandmother. And if you look at that island, you'll see the south part is her head, then the first part is her shoulder, and then her bum is up in the air, and then her legs go all the way up to the north, and she landed face down. Nanabush started running again, and he was able to run. He came run right through Chiging, and he ran right where our powwow grounds are in Chiging, and he ran along the bluff there. And then that's when these Mohawks are still coming, they're going to catch him. And then that's when he says, Nanabush says, I'm going to make a stand. I'm going to fight these guys. Nimnea, they say. He says, Nalawan, Nimnea, Nanaburu. They're going to catch him. Right by Cup and Saucer, but we say that call that Chigwetno. That's what they say, Chigwetno. And then that's what Johnny says. And he says, I don't know exactly what that means. The hunters use that, Chigwetno. But that's what Nanabush dropped there. When Nanabush ran and he got to that point, he dropped his Chigwetno, and he says, the hunters use that, maybe it's an arrowhead or something. He says, Chigwetno is what Nanabush dropped there. And he dropped his spear as well. Anyway, once he dropped it, he panicked. And then meanwhile, so then he ran along again and he left it there. But Johnny didn't know exactly what Chigwetno was. That's the plural form, I've since found out, that's the plural form of Chidiu. Chidiu is actually, we use the antler, the tine of an antler to make a harpoon head. And then you put a hole at the base of that, and it's like a toggle. And I found in an old dictionary by Reverend Abbey Coke that it says if it has one part, they call it the man Chidiu, the surgeon's harpoon. And if it had two, they call it the Magus Michidu, for a truck, Michidu, beaver harpoon. And then when it had three, they said they call that the Magus, that means a truck, the Magus Michidu, a truck spearhead. So I found that word in that dictionary, and then I looked at another dictionary, I found it, and then he down get things in again. I found an old book of legends written by a fellow named, collected by a fellow named William Jones, who actually was a Sauk Indian, a student of Franz Boas, who went to Carlisle Indian School in the States. And this guy ended up collecting two massive collections called Ojibwe texts. And in there is one story called The Origin of the Likeness of Nanabush. And in there he says that Nanabush Yijin Ton Chiriu. Nanabush made a Michidu. But in this version of the story, he's hunting the giant beaver. That's this version. So I found that that means Michidu in various sources means that type of spearhead. And then when you actually climb up the bluff there at Cup and Saucer, you go up to lookout number 1, you go to lookout number 2, and if you were able to look from above, you'll see that that looks like a giant spearhead, and those are the barbs you're standing on. And then if you go up, the higher part you're on, that's the spear, Nanabush's spear handle. The one that's lower, that's the spearhead. And they're not together because remember, Nanabush panicked and he dropped them. So there's two there. The higher one is the spear handle. And when you go climb up, you'll see one point where that rock is just straight, Gishtak. It just runs right straight, like Kaya. That's the spear handle. And then the spearhead itself is down here. So that's Michidu. And like I said, back to this agglutinative form of our language, Michidu is the initial morpheme in that case. Adin means it's a ridge, and then means it's a locative suffix. So Michidu means the place of the spearhead, bluff in the shape of the spearhead. So an example of this in our area, a lot of Anishinaabe speakers here know if we go to Corbiere, we call Corbiere in our language Pashtano. Pashtano. And that Pash means is bear. And if somebody is bald, we say Pashtin the bear. It's bear head. And Pashpalgat if the place is bare. So Pashtano, Adin means a bluff or a ridge. So it means a bare bluff. There's a bare ridge there. And then if you go down to Toronto, and if you've ever been to Toronto, you know it's Spadina. But that's actually a corruption of Ishpadana. And then again, Adin is in there, meaning a ridge. And if you go to Casaloma, finally come up to a high ridge, and that means the shpa is high, shpa. Ishpadin is a high ridge, Ishpadana, that's what that means. So it's the same medium, they call that. Michigodin, Ishpadin, Pashkidin. But then you add on or no at the end of those are called Latin. So the place of the Chigwad no, place of the spearhead, and then Pashkidin, place of the bear bluff, word bluff is bear, and then Ishpadana, high ridge, place of the high ridge. So again, that talking about the alliterative nature of our language, and when you create an image using morphemes of word parts, morphemes are word parts that you put together to create an image. And so that's the word for that. Same place, same things going on, but now we call it Mishkakat. Mishkatit. And Meshech is great, and a peak or Kukah, some say Meshech Kutano, and Kukah, we say Kukah, a ball. Kukah is a knob or a bulbous. And there's a big rock there that just kind of a high rock ridge, a bluff, in the shape of a lump. So it's the same thing, but that was one of the beaver's houses. That Meshech, So this is the story, back to the story of Nanbush then. He ran away from, this is Johnny DeBelski's version, he ran away from Nonaway, and he dropped his spear handle and spearhead at what's now called Kapatsasri, but in our language in Meshech, Gudno. So now the bay is called Michiging, at the spear. And that's because the spear runs alongside that bay, Michigi. That's what where I'm from, that's what our reserve name means, Michigi, at the spear. And then Michigodno means at the bluff, in the shape of the spear. And that's what they call cup and saucer. But this is all because of Nanabojo running through Chigi, getting rid of his grandmother at what's now called Mindamoya, but that's a corruption of Mindimoya, old lady. And then the other version of this story is that there was a giant beaver, Mishiwagavik, great white beaver, and then he was menacing the Anishinaabe, and he was flooding everywhere, flooding. It was flooded everywhere. Anishinaabe were having a hard time because the beaver kept making dams at different places. And one of the places he made a dam, he made a dam over there at Sault Ste. Marie. In our language, we call it Sault Ste. Marie. Bauting, which is going to say Bauting, without Bauting. The two dialects, they say Bauting, which is way without. So he made this dam there, this beaver, giant beaver. And then Nanbush, the people complained to Nanbush. He said, this beaver is menacing us, and he's flooding everything. Got to do something. So Nanbush took his grandmother and he put her at the dam, and he says, I'm going to go up to that beaver's house, and I'm going to jump on that house, and I'm going to break that house, and before I do that, we're going to break this dam a bit, and draw that beaver out. And if you see him whistle and I'll hear you, and I'll come down. But I'm going up to get this giant beaver and I'm going to jump on his house. One of those houses is Mishkakat Island. Another is Isle Royale, Menam, we call it in Ojibwe, Menam, out by Thunder Bay. So Nanbush went up there, left his grandmother at Balting at the dam. They busted the dam just so that the water would run. And then Nanbush went up to Al Manam, he jumped on there, and that beaver swam out. He eluded Nanbush. Nanbush went over to Mishkakat Island, jumped on that island, that dam, the beaver's house, jumped up and down. Here that beaver took off again. So Nanbush jumped from Mishkakat Island onto the shore. she slipped. It was muddy there, trashing on that rock. And when he landed on that rock, we say, he was in the ocean. When he fell, he left an image of his bum on the rock. So if you go there, there's a place there where they say he sat down and his bum prints are on the shore. So he was mad, he looked around. You know, if you fall, you think somebody's looking at you and laughing at you. So he looked around quickly. And then he saw that his bum print was in the rock. And he says, the bum tona, not Kojigana. My great-grandchildren will have a laugh at this. I'll leave it like that. So he left that mark. And that's again, what I said earlier. Nanabush left his mark all over the land for teaching. And he left a mark there. And then so he came running down to, and he could turn himself into a giant. So he turned himself into a giant and took these big steps and he got to Bao Ping. And here that old lady, his grandmother, tried to restrain that beaver, but of course she couldn't. And then that beaver just busted through that dam and broke it up even more. And when that dam all broke, we're actually here on the debris. All these islands in the North Channel are the debris from that dam that Mr. Waddle had made. So all along here, these islands are the debris of that. And so Nanabush tried to chase that Mr. Waddle again. And then that Mr. Waddle went up the French River. And as he went up the French River, it was very shallow one part. And so he kind of got stuck. And he's digging away. And then when he was digging away, he made the Recollet Falls there. And then he got into Lake Nipissing. Then from there, Lake Nipissing went on, continued on, Manawa and Ottawa River. And as Nanabush chased him down the Ottawa River, that beaver ended up getting the St. Lawrence. And then some say that beaver then made like an otter and swam on his back and just waved to Nanabush. So there's a set of footprints at Calumet Island in the Ottawa River, and also what we say Kikenda, that there Nanabush put his kettle down, and his footsteps are at the Calumet Island as well, on the shore there in the rock. So whenever the Anishinaabe would go by there, they put tobacco there for Nanabush. So that's the same thing we do. Wherever there's a place we know of where Nanabush was, we put that tobacco there. An offering for him to smoke, an offering for him, ask for blessings, good weather, good luck, and then we continue on our way. So whenever during the fur trade, that's what they would say, the Anishinaabe always put the tobacco in that kick and by those footprints as well. So we have all these markers all around the land here, where Nanabush went. That's how we say, some of us say that the land is our history book, is our history textbook. That's what we say. All these things that happen in different places. That's why it's important for us to keep the names, the Anishinaabe place names. That's how we tell our history and how we teach each other our cultural values and our principles. That's what that's about. So we had that became one of the stories in my master's thesis. And like I said, when he first told the story, I turned the tape off because I was scared of breaking the protocol. And then I realized after that when I looked at the dictionary, the missionary had written about that, had said, Michiyu. This is in French it said untara, a spearhead. And he says, this word is falling into disuse already. This is in 1870, because the Anishinaabe use metal spears now. So this word is already becoming obsolete by that time. And to me then, why this story became so pivotal to my master's was that it made me realize our stories carry our history. That old man didn't really know what that word meant. And then when I looked up the dictionaries and I found what the word meant, and that there was a documentary history of it, and that it was obsolescing because nobody was making those out of the tines of a antler anymore. That this was a harpoon head, what they call a harpoon spearhead. And then the other thing is, you actually look at that particular implement, it's dispersed all over North America. So what they would say, an archaeologist would say, is that this is a primitive tool or weapon. And it's dispersed all over North America, attests to its age. But in my mind as well, that then also proves to us how long we've been here. That we were on Manitoulin Island, that we named this place Chihuahua by the actions of Honourable, and that it is so old that even our technology had changed, and that this word had fallen into disuse. But it was only through maintaining that story that was passed on like a baton. And then when I got it, I heard the word, I didn't know the word, I looked it up, I found what the word meant. And then now we restored the understanding of that. But now when we look at that antler, and we identify our place with Annabush, then we see how we have a story that shows or demonstrates our longevity, our ancestry, and lived proprietary on this island. So, looking at our narrative in that, and looking at revitalizing Anishinaabe knowledge, that's what a part of my master's thesis was trying to restore Anishinaabe knowledge. Because myself, and I guess I'm projecting, when I went to school, we never covered that. I never learned that. And I never even learned about that Mechiyu, that harpoon head, even in the usual studies, where you learn about Indians living in bark wigwams and bows and arrows and stuff. But we didn't cover that this is Chihuahua or Chiyu or Chili. So that's what we want to reintroduce to our young people, and to show that this is we have a long-standing occupation here, and that these teachings are in that story, and that Johnny DeWaske was the one that knew the story and passed it on to me. So, and I've tried to incorporate that into different stories, and it's basically, I realized after it fits in a bigger story. That's why I told you about the beaver story, because it goes all the way up to Fort William, out to Isle Royale, Minot, that this is where Honourable was, and then out to Mishkaka, and then out to the French River, and then out to Lake Nipissing, Ottawa River, how far Nanabush was, how far Anishinaabe traveled all this time, throughout time. So that's what we've been trying to restore, trying to gain an increased understanding of that, these stories, and to unpack those stories, as some would say, and because they carry that. So that's in our language, Ansokan. So Ansokan, some say, and some say Ansokan. But Ansokan, Anskonye, Gi Anskonye, you change your clothes. So it's like it's over, you're doing Ansokan over and over. Something that's done over and over. And that's what some people translate as a myth or a legend. But to me, it's an eternal, sacred story. That's what that means. Ansokan, when we tell over and over and over again. That's what that means. So it wasn't just that story that my thesis was about. I ended up collecting all kinds of stories. And part of it was the idea that humor plays such a big role in our lives, Anishinaabe people. informal settings, they would call it. So that was what my master's thesis was about. It was collecting these stories from the elders and a variety of stories, teaching stories, and looking at the language and analyzing that language and then looking at ways to put that back into the curriculum, but also into our lives. As my generation, we didn't hear that, but it was Johnny's generation that did hear that kind of story and passed that on. So it was about the lived experience as well, different times.
Thank you for that, Mr. Corbiere. You have in your affidavit as well, in amongst the various qualifications, some participation in an organization called the Great Lakes Research Alliance for the Study of Aboriginal Art and Culture. The acronym is GRASIC. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
And could you tell us about that, please?
I guess before I get to GRASIC, I have to mention again, I got out of school, I got my master's, and I moved back to the reserve. And when I got back to the reserve, I had to laugh and give up. The chief at the time was Glenn Herrick. And he says, "Oh, you finished school, that's great, but what did you go for?" And I said, "I got my master's in environmental studies. Maybe you can run the lagoon for us." It wasn't quite like that. But that's again the idea of what environment is, saying that people think the environment we do. So I got out of school, and then I had a job still with the A10, but then that project goes down, so I was looking for work, but not too long, because then the Ojibwe Culture Foundation hired me to do an exhibit on the residential school. And it was called Reflection, Rejuvenation, and Remembrance. And so that's when I first started doing archival research, because part of it was to go look at archival documents and then merge that with healing through the arts. So I made this exhibit. That was my entry into archival research. I hadn't done archival research up to that point. And a friend of mine, Darlene Johnston from Cape Coker, was the one who helped me with that, showed me about the archives. Anyway, as I started working with the archives and doing different exhibits, we started a program actually called Inamodel. That means they're teaching each other. And I wrote a proposal to the band to hire me to do some historical research. And I said that there's enough of us here in Chile that have been educated that we can actually start teaching each other. And so that's what we did. A bunch of us, and it just so happened it was men. And so we started getting teased after a while that it was an old men's club. But we just shared what we learned at school and started teaching each other about this, whatever we learned. And then it turns out I went to the UCCM. It was called UCCM then, United Achievement Councils of Manitoulin, but now it's called UCCM, United Achievement Councils of Nissing. And then I heard they had archives there, documents. So I went there, and this is after I done historical research for the residential school. But I went and perused the archival documents collection at the tribal council office in Chile. And then when I was there, I saw a document with Dodens on there. Doden up to Rival. There was a document there, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that. And then I was flipping through more, and I saw more of these documents signed with clans. Doden means a clan. Doden is a clan. So I started seeing these people's names, like in Wat, that's a surname in Chile. Noatin, that means no wind, it's calm. And then there was a four-legged, it's either a deer, a moose, it can be a moose or an antler, caribou. I think it's caribou in Ojibwe. And I said, oh, I didn't know that was their totem. So I said, I wonder what mine is. And I didn't know at that time. So I'm looking at these documents, I thought, I'm going to find my totem. Anyway, I went home and I asked my dad, I said, Manesh, the totem now. And he says, Bene Ikadok. They used to say, Bene Ko Ikadok. They used to say Bene. And that's a rough grouse. That's why this is on here. That rough grouse. So then I was like, oh, great. So now I'm going to look at these documents for a Bene on there, beside the Corbiere name. But I never found that, but I found other documents, and I kind of got a bit crazy for finding documents marked with totems, and then I started making a database. This petition has these people signed with totems, this treaty has totems. I started putting these together to show how these totems are for our area. And then that's when Darlene, I met Darlene again, and she had already done that for her area, like Cape Coker and the Bruce Peninsula and Southeast Peninsula. And so she had an idea. She had met Heidi Boecker, and Heidi was a student at the University of Toronto at that time. And Heidi had done, was doing her research on the Mississauga, the shore of Lake Ontario, and she had gathered a bunch of petitions and treaties with totems for that area. And so these two, Heidi and Darlene, became friends, and they said, we should put together, imagine if we put, Darlene says, we put my database of totem images with your database of totem images, and Al's database of totem images, and then we found somebody out by Hennessy who was doing the same thing. And we found somebody out by Lake Superior, out by Rainy River, Lake of the Woods. And we put all these together, we would then find the dispersal of all these totems throughout Anishinaabe. Anishinaabe means Anishinaabe territory. So they said that would be really great, that's what we want to do. We want to find the documentary history of the clans and how they're dispersed throughout Anishinaabe. Darlene and Heidi wanted to put their databases together and put mine in there. And then they met Dr. Ruth Phillips, who was at Carleton University and is a fine arts historian, but a well-known, respected scholar on museology. And so she was looking to retire. And when she was looking to retire, she says, I've got thousands of slides of various museums I've gone to see throughout the world. And it's just a waste to have them in my filing cabinet. I want people to use these. She said, so I want to scan them, these images, and make a database of them. So when I make a database of these, we'll just dump them up online. Of course, nothing's ever as simple as that. She needed to get permission from each of those museums to show whatever she had taken pictures of in their collections that were attributed to the Anishinaabe around the Great Lakes. So then she wrote a grant, and then that's how GrassAct was born, through Heidi, Corey Wilmot, Ruth Phillips, and Darlene Johnson, saying that they want to aggregate their various databases about archival documents and museum collections together. So once GrassAct started, it was, she wanted to put up her slides, and of course, slides are an obsolete form media. And so it was going to be a lot longer to do this, and to code that information, to get all the permissions. And then there was other material that she never actually recorded. Ruth. So in Ruth Phillips' application for funding, she said that she'd like to do some subsequent research visits, on-site research visits to different museums to augment their current collection. Because the other thing the museums were saying is, no, we don't want those old slides, pictures of old slides up there. We want new pictures up. So that became an imperative thing now was to actually go to new high-quality digital images rather than scanning slides. So in that sense, then I ended up being invited by Ruth Phillips, Heidi Boulder, and Darby Johnson to participate in Great Lakes Research Alliance for the study of Aboriginal art and culture, otherwise known as GRASAC. And through GRASAC, I got to go to the National Museums of Scotland, where I looked at their collections, alongside experts like Corey Wilmot, David Penny, Jonathan King. I went to the British Museum in London, England, and then I went to the National Museum in Ireland, and then I went to the Musée de Yveron in Switzerland, and then I also went to Paris, France, Musée de Hugh Brantley, and then we went to the museum part of Chartres, the church. They have materials there that were given to the ministry, the ministers, and then they took them back. So in Europe, I've been to at least 6 museums. So when I went to Scotland, I didn't just go to the National Museums of Scotland. There's another one called the Calvin Grove at the Ontario, and then they store all their stuff in Edinburgh, but there's a museum location in Glasgow. So I got to go to Europe, and I got to visit at least 6 to 10 museums that have to actually come. And then, of course, I went down to National Museum of American Indian in Washington, D.C., and I perused their collections there. And also went to the Detroit Institute of Art, and they got a massive collection there called the Chandler Fort Collection of Anishinaabe items, as well as soft and fox Western Lake Michigan. And then also went to, of course, I went to the Canadian Museum of History, which is what's then called the Canadian Museum of Civilization, and also the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto. And then for archives, since GRASAC is also about archival documentation, I've gone to do archival research course at the Ontario Provincial Archives. It was then in Toronto, downtown Toronto. Now it's located at York University. And then I spent many time and hours at the National Archives in Ottawa. And then I've also gone to the Jesuit Archives, and they were at St. Jerome, Quebec. And I've also gone to the Burton Historical Collection, which is in Detroit. And they've got a world-renowned collection there of documents. And I've also gone to Mount Pleasant Archives there, the Clark Library. And then I also went to the Colonial Michilimackinac. They have archives there as well. And then down to Ann Arbor to the Clement Library. And then, of course, I went to the National Anthropological Archives in Washington, D.C. as well. And then also the National Archives of the United States in Washington, D.C. And then, like I said, I started at the United Chieftain Councils of Middle and Distinct Archives. I'm probably missing, but I've traveled quite extensively for archival research. This is, Nish knows women, the women, I carry 2 Anishinaabe names. So the first one is the Ojik, that means the fisher, but this other, the Kezi Giwawing, this other old man gave me a name, and the name is Gababambato, the one who ran around, Gababambato. So I jokingly say that it wasn't my wife, but maybe that is. The old man named me that. And there's a big story of the way this old man named people. That name has a song. And when I got that name, I wanted to learn a song from that old man. How Anishinaabe people do this. You give the offerings to them to say, I want to learn this song. So one of the fellow helpers call in our language, Shalesa, says if you ask that old man for a name, it will ease the transfer of knowledge. So I asked that old man for a name, and then that's what he named me, called the Bomba Show. He told the story of that, and he sang the song of that, and then he says, this is what that name means. So why I mentioned that now is that it was only after I realized that I've actually been running around. I've been going over to museums in Europe, in the States, in Canada, been going to archives in the United States, in Canada. And so what we say, I'm going around looking for information, collecting it, and bringing it back. So that's why that name, how that name makes sense to who you are, who you end up being, and how it can be determining in you. So that's why I mentioned that name as part of my education too. When that old man gave me that name and how I'm going to handle and process this information that I'm getting from the archives that's largely written by non-native people. And looking at museum items that are in museums that were made by Anishinaabe people. So the idea is that this is to help me understand that and to process that. So that's why I have these names, this system that. And it's been part of my education as well. It's not, of course, it's not in the classroom, but that old man where he named me, he called that a teaching lodge. So that's the thing. It is education as well. So I was pursuing two educations.
You mentioned that you may have missed perhaps one of the archival centers and such. Would the archives at the Kumukon be one of those? I don't think you mentioned that.
I did go to the Holy Cross Mission Archives, and the priest that's there at the time says, "Can you help us organize this?" But that's a big job, right? So I went in, I was able to spend time there, look things over, and I did find a couple of things there as well. Yeah.
You talked about perhaps you mentioned the Ojibwe Cultural Foundation that is located in Michigan.
Yeah.
And you've been a curator at that particular location. Would you tell us about the museum exhibits that you would have curated there?
Well, like I said, I had started with this Kinamaluk in 2002, and we had the funding through Canadian Heritage, secured funding, and we wrote different newsletters, different reports for Chilean, try to go Chilean specific. And one of the things that was coming up was the 140th year since the signing of the controversial McDougall or Manitowoc Treaty. And so this was going to be in 2002. And so I said, well, we should try and put something together, get a symposium or something like that. And so at that point, I didn't have any training or anything, but I had come across these archival documents and the donuts by that time, like I had said. And so I put together an exhibit at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation. And the other thing that at that time what I ended up finding was I shouldn't say found, it makes it like it was hidden, but I ended up seeing in the archives a letter written in 1862 about Chief Little Knife, they called him in English, but in Ojibwe his name was Mokmanish. And that Mokman is a knife, Mokman, and then you add ish, it means a damn knife. So Mokmanish means the damn knife. And I found this letter in there, and they were in that letter, they already had been approached, the chiefs of Manitoulin had already been approached Department commission that had come out. And so the chiefs of Manitoulin were solidifying their position to resist the treaty in 1862, the summer of 1862. And they wrote a letter, and they had referred to a certificate that was given to the chief Little Knight, Mokmanish. And in that letter, it stated that he had fought during the War of 1812, and that he was a deserving chief, and that so were his 8 brothers. And that the commanding officer at Anishinaabe, named Lieutenant Colonel Robert Restoule, he was the one who made this certificate. And it says that I hereby certify that the chief Little Knight is a deserving Indian, and so are his 8 brothers, and that by his act of mercy and compassion on the field of battle, I award him this silver ivory-mounted sword in commemoration of his compassion on the field. He had captured an American, the very American who had wounded him. And when he captured this American, Mokmanish, by the rule of law of Odawa warfare, he should have put him to death. He should have killed that young American then and there. But the British were telling the Anishinaabe to bring in their prisoners instead of killing them. So Mokmanish brought this prisoner in, and that's why they ended up giving Mokmanish this silver sword that had an ivory hilt. So I read this in the archives, and like I said, I'm making this exhibit for 2002, and I ended up getting some money to go to Ottawa, and I want to borrow stuff that were given for the presents, because that 1862, those documents in 1862, they also bring up the Indian presents. And these Indian presents, that time I had lists of them. And so they had various types of cloth, calico, Irish linen, shrouds, and then they also had fishing lines, and they had ball, ammunition, shot, and they also had guns that they gave. And they also had, of course, medals, and gorgets, and hats, and handkerchiefs, and combs, and balls, and butcher knives, and axes. This is what the government were given to the Anishinaabe. So for that exhibit in 2002, I thought it would be pretty cool to collect as many of those presents as possible and make an exhibit of them. So that's why I went to Ottawa. And then I went to Ottawa, and then they said, well, you go see this fellow at the storage facility, and he'll show you the guns. And I said, okay, I want to borrow a gun for this exhibit, a musket. And so he showed me I think it's called the Brown Betsy. Says this would have been around the time of the War of 1812, and then he showed me they call it a chief's gun, and it has a little silver medallion on the gun. So I had two guns, and then the gun worm, a flint, some ball, and then they didn't give gunpowder. So I was all set, but when I walked into the back room, that storage room, in Ottawa, there's just weapons all around. So on this side you come in, there's all these spears leaning against the wall. And then over here there's shields, and then bows here, and then some arrows. And then I walk across and there's another shelf, and there's a bunch of swords. And so I said, hey, do you happen to have any swords associated with Native people? And then the guy who's my guide says, oh, there's one here with about we went back and then around that cabinet, and then they picked that up, and I saw that it had that ivory hilt, and the silver is quite tarnished now. But they said, and it said on their cheap little knife. And I was like, oh wow. I said, this is that sword that was awarded in 1850 by Robert McDougall to Odawa Chief Mokmanish. I said, I want to board this. I want to board this too. He says, oh yeah, okay, we'll put that in. Anyway, I left there out of that museum in 2002, and I was just beaming. I was so happy. And I laugh now, but at that time I was so happy and excited. I ran all the way back to the hotel room because I was too excited. I had to do something. And it was just, I just started running, and I was kind of like Forrest Gump. But I was so happy I found that. And we brought that was our first exhibit. We brought the sword of Mokmanish, and then we built these, I had my friend, the late Emmerich Miwans, and his sister Lynn Miwans and their mother Linda Miwans made these replica waffle belts that I'll show you later or soon. And those belts were part of that exhibit. So we had a gun, a chief's gun, ball, shot, gun worm, and a sword of Mokmanish, and we had those replica 1764 Treaty of Niagara, 1786 repledge of the Covenant Chain, and then the Robert McDougall belt declaring peace after 1812, in 1850, and then we had the belt, the 24 Nations waffle belt, and Emmerich Miwans, Lynn Miwans, and Linda Miwans made all those, and they made them in time for that exhibit we had in 2002, and then we had all paintings. But we just had, at that time, I was just, like I said, I was just starting out, so we just had photocopies of those on Bristol board. And,
Let me just interrupt you there, Mrs. Corbiere. I do have a note here. I know that some of my colleagues would like a break. I'm sure we all could use that, as might you. But before we do that, I just want to bring you back. You have at page 200 of your report, you talk about the sword of Mokmanish, aka Chief Little Knife. And I think that's what you just told us about. And you mentioned the treaty in connection with that. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the date you had indicated in your testimony a few moments ago was 1862. Is that the date? Because it looks like in your report you talk about the sword that was presented in 1815.
You're right. What I said is that in 1862, they wrote a petition, and in that petition against a potential treaty, they wrote about Mokmanish, and they included that certificate. They wrote down in that petition saying, now we want to hold on to our land, but he said, you have already sent commissioners here asked about a treaty. And then the priest wrote in there, it's all fine and good when you need them as allies for war, but when you're done with them, then you want their land and to take everything from them. So that's what they wrote in 1862, and then they said, here is proof of that. And they said, the son of this chief brings forth this certificate. And then that's when they copied out that certificate, and they included that in part of the petition to show that they are allies of the British and that they had a long-standing alliance with the British that dated back to within, like that chief had just died 10 years prior to that. Mokmanish had died around 1852 or 3, I forget exactly when. And then, so that's why they put that certificate in that petition, that they want to show that these guys are allies and that who you're dealing with here are So that was the intent of that. That's why there was an 1862, 1815. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We're almost through this section, if I can put it that way, Your Honor.
I
With
should
this-
ask you about your plan for timing, because I know there was a special lunch. I'm trying to be kind as well to our servers, so.
Your Honor, the lunch is ready. And what we plan to do is hand out tickets to everyone.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to do that now or you want to keep going a bit. They said it's got the burners, so it could last a bit longer.
Well, so my question, I'll leave it to you. My question is, should we take a break? What time is it? Should we take a break, then come back for a while before going to lunch? Should we go straight through and then go to lunch? You have a better sense of where you're going, what you're doing.
I think if we took the lunch break now, and we could come back and finish this part fairly quickly, I think, and then move on to the other evidence that Mr. Corbiere will provide.
All right, and that won't be too long an afternoon. Okay. So, I'm presuming, like yesterday, I did not speak to the hotel people today, but yesterday they told me that for sure with a big crowd we need an hour and a half for lunch. So I see it's 10 to 12, does that sound right? So if we're back at 1:30, is that?
Thank you, Your Honor. That would
This is
be...
quite a big crowd. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if you heard Ms. Corbiere, but she will have tickets for you for lunch if you stay put for a moment. All right? So Mr. Worm, you're ready to break then?
Yes.
All right. So we'll take the lunch break now and resume our program.
All rise. This court is on recess for the lunch break. This court is resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, perhaps just before I asked Mr. Corbiere to continue, I did discuss with my friends the whole issue around timing, and it would appear that it is unlikely that we will get through the materials that Mr. Corbiere wishes to get through today. So I was canvassing them, and they do have their own comment, of course, and their own position, and perhaps if I might just impose on them to speak to that.
Problems?
No, we will be available.
We were
obviously-
scheduled for tomorrow.
Yes, we are traveling, and so the more certainty we can have in advance, the easier it is to accommodate travel. And we will make ourselves available as needed.
Okay.
And I should add that, sorry, it was suggested by our friends from Canada that an early start tomorrow might also help ensure that we can get through things, and we're agreeable to that.
All right, thank you.
Nothing to add to Ms. Valaire's statement of Canada's position on an early start tomorrow.
Great. All right, what's your estimate at this point, Mr. Warren?
I thought we would certainly get through qualifications this afternoon, and then we do have another area that I think we're just about there, that Mr. Corbiere is happy to move into. I suspect beyond that, as you might guess from the number of questions I've asked, I I don't have a firm handle on it, but I think certainly we could go most of the day tomorrow. I appreciate my friends' schedules. They have talked. They do have other obligations, as we all do. They have familial obligations. There's young children to be tended to, and so we are in the court's hands. I know that Mr. Corbiere will be in Sudbury, and he could certainly finish then if that was not possible by tomorrow. So I leave that open, and again invite some comment on that.
Well, we're scheduled for tomorrow. We'll sit, the day will go. We'll, if anyone has comments about what time they want us to end, we'll do that. I don't have any, nobody's making a suggestion, nor is it my suggestion, that we curtail any evidence. We've been quite good up till now, actually. So I'm sure we can accommodate whatever we have to finish. But when council say they're in my hands, I don't plan to take any steps to do anything. We'll see how it unfolds. But if Canada and if any traveling person wants to make a proposal with respect to the end of the day, why don't we talk about that at the end of today?
That makes good sense.
All right.
Just in the interest of accommodating those with families, one of the suggestions has been that we could possibly start Tuesday morning next week instead of Monday. We had only one witness scheduled for Monday, Chief Sayers and 2 elders. On Tuesday, we think we might be able to get through those 3 witnesses Tuesday afternoon, or by Tuesday rather. So we could start a day later.
Sorry, say that again. You think we won't need Monday next
We
week?
may not need Monday next week because we have Chief Sayers is scheduled for Monday,
Yes.
and we're not likely to need a whole day for him. He will be really there to introduce Irene Stevens. And then we have Irene McAdevin and Irene Stevens scheduled for Tuesday. Both those witnesses will probably be fairly short.
I always think brief is a better choice.
Yeah, brief, not short. Although they are short.
I know what you're doing.
They are short.
Yeah, they're short. But so we could start with them maybe Tuesday morning and do Chief Sayers in the afternoon. Because they are elderly, they probably better to have them do their testimony in the morning.
All right, but the order I would leave up to you.
Yeah.
But does it make more sense, for whatever reason, does it make more sense to start Monday and have a clear Friday off that week? No?
We have Heidi Boaker, Your Honor, starting on Friday, and she's rearranged her
She
whole
already
schedule.
planned to get
Yeah.
it in. Okay. All right. So why don't we then take that back up at the end of the day? Everyone can consider that. Okay? All right. So Mr. Corbiere and Mr. Brown, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Corbiere, you had left off discussing the exhibits that you had curated at the Ojibwe Cultural Foundation, which of course is located in Chigny. I wonder if you might just carry on with that and describe for us the other exhibits that you were involved in.
So the exhibit that I had talked about was the 140 years since the signing of the McDougall Manitowoc, or what is also called the Manitowoc Treaty of 1862. And in there I had mentioned that part of that exhibit, we had actually made these replica wampum belts, and that one of the key items that we were able to borrow from the Canadian War Museum at that time was the sword of Mukmanish. And then that sword, with Mukmanish, as I mentioned, he had fought during the War of 1812 and was wounded, and then as part of that, excuse me, as part of that participation, they were told that they would get a pension. And if they were wounded, it was supposed to be $50 a year. And he never got that. He petitioned in 1829 at St. Joseph's Island to have that pension given to him, provided. And then again, he petitioned at Manpoint in 1839 to have this pension awarded to him. And then finally, the Governor General had gone to Wacomico in and around 1850, and then that's when he asked again, I was promised a pension, me and my young men who followed me to war, that if we were wounded, or if a chief was killed, they would then become pensioners, the chief's widow, I should say. So Mokmanish never received that pension. Anyway, we wanted to, I wrote an article on Mokmanish, his life story, and how he was a Odawa chief, living at the Arbor Cross, which is the French word for the crooked tree, and in our language we say wall and opposite, that it's a crooked tree, and that whole area is now called Harbor Springs area in Michigan. But he lived there. They didn't think of the border, the Canada-U.S. as a border. They conceived of this land as Anishinaabe land, so they moved back and forth. So the petition, the exhibit, we wanted to convey that sense of history, that it was tied to this wampum belt. And the reason, 2002, why we made that exhibit, and we made those replica belts, was because the chiefs in 1862 then brought those belts out to actually say, no, we don't want a treaty. And here's why. And they wrote the petition in July of 1862, and they wrote that petition in Ojibwe about the meaning of that wampum belt. And that's one of the ones that's in the one of the main documents I used. But in 2002, that was one of the main documents that I used as well for that exhibit of the 140th anniversary. So the reason that all came about is if you read the transcript or the council proceedings in October of 1862, a chief at Wacomico, the chief's son, Talgewan and his son, Jocko, or now we say Jocko, had got up after a Signok, a chief by the name of Signok, the Blackbird, had got up and talked. And when the Signok had got up and talked, he said that we should stand with the Queen, and everything that I own, I am the oldest here, and I'm the war chief, and everything that I own, I sign over to the Queen. So his statements were inflammatory at that time. And then people started pushing and shoving, and one of the people that ended up talking was a fellow named Jocko Talgewan, and his clan was Caribou. Anyway, he got up and he says, in that speech, he says to McDougall, who was then the Commissioner of Crown Lands, as well as the Superintendent General of Indian Affairs at the time, and he says, Jocko says to him, I'm very happy to see you, to finally meet you. He says, you spoke of a perfectly beautiful white bird, and I take this white feather and I wipe your eyes with it. So when you read that, that actually is in the speeches that the chiefs talked about. That this perfectly beautiful white bird is actually in reference to the keeper of the belt, as well as the minister of who would then successively be called the Minister of Indian Affairs, but back then it was the superintendent. And then also that perfectly beautiful white bird in Anishinaabe world and understanding a bird is a messenger. And then a white bird represents purity and honesty. And so this white bird is the one who is supposed to be beyond reproach, of high integrity, and the one that is the one who's to convey messages to the Anishinaabe as well as to the crown, representatives of the crown, and specifically to the king or the queen. So that's how Jacques ends up addressing William McDougall, that you spoke of a perfectly beautiful white bird, and I think this white feather. So that's the interesting thing.
And just briefly, Mr. Corbiere, the beautiful white bird that you speak of, you address that in paragraph 346 of your affidavit. Paragraph 346, pardon me.
Oh yeah.
And again, you'll find that reference at paragraph 210.
Yeah, this is from the speech in the petition written in 1862 at Michigan. That was the other thing that I failed to mention this morning about Michigan, is that it ended up being a bit of a center where the chiefs would meet, and they had a number of councils for Manitoulin Island chiefs because of its central location. So the chiefs of Jishigwani, or what we now say Shishigwani, would be able to attend, and then the chiefs of Wikwakom or Wukonkan would be able to attend, and Shegwenta and Manitwani. So what he's mentioning there is, in this particular paragraph and part of this petition, in English he says, "Here, my children, I make a mountain, I make it high. I place there this bird, he is beautiful and white. All the Indians which are around, you will fix your looks upon him whenever you want to tell me something. It is to him that you will confide your words, and he will make them known to me." So again, it's expressly mentioned in there that the bird will be a messenger. And of course it's a metaphor because they don't have a pigeon or whoever that takes it, or a parrot. It's actually somebody, and that's the intention, is that it's a metaphor. "Moreover, my children, I make a road which will convey you here on this height that I have erected for you. I also shall keep a very pretty bird, and when I shall have anything to tell you, it is to him that I will speak, in order that he may make known the means of supporting life to the other bird, and all the other birds about shall come to him. Those who will contradict this, do not listen to them. This is what you have said to our chiefs which are gone. And this Odawa, behold, he was yesterday on the mountain to which our attention is now directed." So when he's talking about that mountain and the attention directed to him, the Odawa, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but the Odawa are the ones that were entrusted with this 1764 covenant chain wampum. So that's why their attention is directed to that Odawa in that case. And he represents being the white bird for our end, and then the representative of the crown is the other white bird. I also want to draw your attention to the Ojibwe side of that paragraph, and it says Benoit Nani Johnson Pokodina, and that word there, Pokodina, is, and then you see it means a hill, and then Pokwa, like I was talking about earlier, that it's bulbous or round, and then Adin, when I was talking about Spadina and Michiwadma, that Adin is in there, that morphe. And so he's talking about making this high hill, high ridge there. So it's using the same word as Michiwadma and Spadina or Spadina. And then he says, Indulgenton Kitchen Spadina. I make it very high. And there's that word I was talking about. although they spell it with a CH, that was just an orthographic convention back then. But this is the base of the word for spadina, Ishpadana. I make it very high. That's so, just to show you in its written form how this word, this morpheme actually plays out, and how our language plays out when we use these things. So I wanted to, in that exhibit in 2002, I wanted to show the chiefs, highlight our chiefs and their story. Because like I had said, when I had gone to school, we never covered this, and we didn't learn about this, and we don't know our chiefs at that point. So now we're starting to learn more about who these chiefs were, and then on this particular treaty, they used their donations. So we know that the family names continue on, the family names have continued into Chagin and on Manitoulin, and so we can use that information now for people who don't know their clans. So if they're able to follow their father's father all the way back up to that treaty signing, then they know their clan, their Doden. So in the contemporary society now, these documents are very important for Anishinaabe identity, for people to find out their identity. And so although that particular exhibit was very rudimentary, I ended up proceeding, and we had a recital of this the speech. We had it out, and then we wanted to start educating people about the wampum belt and its meaning. And then the interesting thing that happened then was when I would take this belt around, people would say, why are you doing that? That's not an Anishinaabe thing. That's Mohawk. You're showing Mohawk teachings here. That's not what Anishinaabe people do. And I said, no, this is ours. This is Anishinaabe. This is an Anishinaabe belt. And since then, that whatever the math is 15 years old, people don't say that to me anymore. They know now, they accept now that Anishinaabe people use wampum. And it wasn't just me, but it was a lot of people started learning this, understanding it, and then now we're getting a greater realization of our history. But when we didn't know our history, that's when we would say stuff like that. That's not our belt. But now we know this is our belt, and the people have been using it and learning from it. And now this, we would do, when I worked at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation, every Canada Day, every Canada Day, I did a recital. I memorized the speech, and then I recited it with the belt that I had on Canada Day. And the idea being that we wanted to show people our what we view as our foundational treaty with the British and the successor government of Canada. So that's why we held it on Canada Day instead of on the, one time we did have it on July 26th, because that was the anniversary of this petition. So then I moved on, we did another exhibit at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation, and it was called a Shuiwin. And that I saw that's an older word, and it actually is a word for weapons. And so I borrowed what they call the Lieutenant Colonel Drummond collection from the Canadian Museum of History. Well, then it was the Canadian Museum of Civilization. And he had a number of pipes and a number of war clubs, and so we were able to borrow that. And then we also borrowed, at that point in time, there is also a loon skin hat at the Canadian Museum of History, and it belonged to the war chief named Salgewinede. And so we put that on display as well. And we had those pipes on display, and we had these war clubs on display. But it all ties into this complex, because during the War of 1812, the chiefs would then pledge either pipes or their war club to the commanding officer of the British forces. So that's how we ended up getting those pipes. And when you read through these speeches in the documents here, it will say this chief then came with a calumet, and then he deposited that calumet with Sir William Johnson, or whoever the commanding officer was. And whenever he did that, he would say, I expect to see this pipe here tomorrow. And what he means by that is, he says, when I come here next year, in the springtime, and remember that I said earlier this morning that the Spirit experiences time, 1 year is 1 day. So when the chiefs say, I will see this tomorrow, he's actually referring to spring. And he's doing, playing with our conception of time. So he expected that when he came back to the fort, whether the fort was Niagara, or whether the fort was Detroit, or whether the fort was Michilimackinac, or the garrison at Drum Island, or St. Joseph's Island, or at Manitowoc here, they expected to see that pipe, and when they came back, then they would smoke that pipe again, and then that was part of the renewal. So that's why we wanted to put those pipes on display at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation. And those were Lieutenant Colonel Gordon Drummond's collection, and the work up there as well. Next exhibit we did was we ended up getting some funding from Canadian Heritage, because they had this fund about anniversaries. And it was the 175th anniversary of the 1836 Treaty. And in that 1836 Treaty, we wanted to commemorate that because it's a significant treaty for this area. And so I wrote the proposal for that, and we got the funding for that, and we had a gathering at Manitowoc. And in our language, we would say Midowani. It's an anglicized, Manitowoc is anglicized from Midowani, because there's a cave there that the spirit lives in. Midowani, there's a Midowani, some would say. But Midowani, there's a Manitou there. How would you say a Manitou? Anyway, that's where the 1836 treaty was signed. And that's where Sir Francis Bond had come to attend. And what we wanted to do with that 175th anniversary was to show people this treaty and the history of it, as well as the chiefs and the signatories to that document. So with that particular exhibit, we were able to borrow, get some good facsimiles of chiefs that actually signed it, because Paul Kane had come up to Manitowoc in 1845 and painted it. So we have, I always wanted to put a name to the face for young people, because they would hear they may hear these chiefs' names, but you don't see them. So when you see the actual painting of that chief, what he's wearing, then you have a better sense. So we did that, and then on the 1836 treaty, they actually signed that. The chiefs signed those with their Rhoda. And so we were able to try to reconfigure or reconstitute the record and their identity for our benefit, not for theirs, but our benefit. So that we understand that Chief Mokmanish, whose sword we had in 2002, but we didn't re-borrow it this time. But we had since been able to borrow and find the painting. They did a painting of him, but it wasn't Paul Kane. I suspect that it was the priest, Nicolau Point, the Jesuit. Anyway, Mokmanish has these glasses on, and he's got a really cool hairdo, and he's got a chief's coat, and he wears a gorget, silver gorget on this side, and he wears a British medal, and he's got across his lap the sword, and he also has it looks like a talking stick or something else, and he's wearing his madasan, we say the leggings. So it's an interesting painting. And then we had a painting of Jean-Baptiste Signal, and but he was wearing his civilian clothes, I guess, for lack of a better word. He was wearing just what Jacques Nash was wearing. So, and then we had some of the Saugeen people that were painted there as well. Kwek Dalvin was the one guy's name. And the dawn, he makes the dawn change back and forth. That's what it sounds like to me. Then, to me, the most important thing that we borrowed, that we were able to borrow for that exhibit in 2011 at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation, we borrowed the original treaty. And we brought the treaty from the Library and Archives Canada, and they let us borrow it, and we had it on display at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation Museum. The other significant item that we were able to borrow was a medal that bears the date 1764, and that was from the Treaty of Niagara. And we had that on display there as well, and we had other medals that were also given out, and that's why it was called Gimao, with marks of leadership. So then we also had a headdress there. Ogima in our language means chief, and an Ogima win, chieftainship, or that's what that would mean. So that's why we call that exhibit chieftainship. So that's one of the, like comparing what I did in 2002, the rudimentary exhibit, and then what we were able to do in 2011, and the amount of items, because 2002, we were able to borrow the sword, but in 2011, we had medals, we had silver gorgets, we had a hat band of silver, and we had a lot of other items that other museums finally started trusting us to borrow. So we had borrowed material from not only the Canadian Museum of Civilization, but also the McCord Museum in Montreal. So, and then also Library and Archives Canada. So it was a good exhibit. And then we had an actual gathering on August 9th, 2011 at Mantuani, and there's still a plot of land that the Anishinaabe owned there. And then that's where we would say one of the parts, it would be associated with the Treaty of 1836. And we had multiple organizations, Native organizations on the island, like Kenjigewit Tech and Educational Institute, Ojibwe Culture Foundation, United Chieftain Councils of Nidau-Minising, participate, and then also partner and lend support to this gathering. And so we had a sunrise ceremony, and we had a fire, just like we have here, a fire outside for offerings of tobacco, and then we had I did a recitation of the dove, and we talked about the different chiefs, and we made an offering, and then we offered food in the fire for each of those chiefs, and we got a descendant that was in attendance to do that, to take care of their ancestor. So it was a nice sunny day, much like this morning. So it was a good day we had there that time with this 1836 commemoration, and we did a little newsletter publication about the whole treaty. But then I'd written a report in the catalog, but we never published it because I needed more permissions to get permission, copyright image permissions, and then also funding is always a perennial issue at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation. So we were never able to make that exhibit catalog. The text is there, and one day we'll publish that, put that up. So.
And just in terms of that particular curatorial work, what was your methodology in learning about the items that you wanted to put on display? What was your source documents, for example, and how did you educate yourself in order to do the work that a curator does?
Yes, I had to read a lot different reports. One was a report by Robert Surtees, who is a consultant for the Department of Indian Affairs. And then I had read a number of other theses documents. But then once you start digging around, then you see the secondary literature on that. And so then I pulled up a lot of different articles, and one was by John Webster Grant, The Moon of Wintertime, and Ruth Bleasdale about the rendezvous at Manquaney. And so there's a bit of history written about it, and then Forever on the Fringe, a book by Breckman and Breckman. And then I just started reading a bit more about Bondhead. But at that point as well, like I said, I had gone to all these different archives, and I just started doing archival research, pulling out different documents from the microfilm reels. And then, like I said, I went down to the National Archives of in the United States, and that's where I found more references to Chief Mokmonish, who over there, just like myself now, I've got two Anishinaabe names. He also had two Anishinaabe names. Down in the States, he was referred to as Babamadabi, the one who drags things about. Babamadabi was his name, Frederick Babamadabi. And then over here, he was also known as Mukmanish. So he had two names, but his clan was Awasi. We call that fish Awasi. That's a brown bullhead, a small catfish. It has whiskers, but its tail isn't cut like a catfish. So you can differentiate on the document whether it's a Wasi or Maname. Maname is a channel catfish. Brown bullhead is a Wasi. So I went there and I got more documents, and that's when I found out when Mokmanish actually moved back to Manitoba. Because after he signed the 1836 treaty, he actually was living back in the States. The most curious thing about that 1836 treaty is that Mokmanish signed it with an X. All the other chiefs, except Jean Baptiste Signa, he can write his own name. So when you look at the original document, you see that Jean Baptiste Signa wrote his own name on there, and his son, Edewishkosh, also could write his own name, so he wrote his own name on there, and then Mokmanish put an X. Then the other chiefs, like Kimewan, or they say Kimewan now, put a bear. And then the next one was on the next page, Chimokman. And it actually looks like a crab, but if you look at that dotted mark, the pen got away on it. So it's not very clear, but it looks like Thomas Gummissel Anderson, who was the Indian agent at the time, wrote in pencil Moosehead beside his name. Then after that it says Besson Irish, and this fella, if you don't look at the original document and you look at the published account, that word appears as one word, but that's actually two words. In our language, somebody named Vincent, because we don't pronounce the letter V. So we changed that with V to a P. So instead of Vincent, we say Besson. And that's that fellow's name when he got baptized, Besson Aloysius. And then beside it, he drew a snake, and then that's what Anderson put in pencil, snake. So that was who that chief was, and then the next one was Ben Mossegay, and this was Chief Wakagijik's father. And that name is still carried on in Wikwankong, Wakagijik. And then by his, he put the fourth stick clan on there, the Wakagijik, Ben Mossegay. And then Bemoske means he goes along shining, would be the literal translation, he goes along shining, but it's actually a reference to the sun. Bemoske, the sun goes along shining. That's what that name means. And Chumokman, of course, means the American. And I don't fully understand Alish, the name. I've been trying to find out what that name means. And then the next one on there, Iwakams. And he was the chief at Tesson First Nation by Sault Ste. Chishok, where we say in our language is Chishok, a crane go there on there. And then the next guy was Patricia, and that's but the pen got away on him too. But luckily, again, what he Anderson had written was eagle. And then the next one on there was snake. And it says, it looks like it's a four-legged, and the tail goes up. And so it says beside there squirrel. But some people dispute that, but that's what the document says. And then the next fellow is Espanol. And this is this is the town Espanola's name, after this guy commemorating Espanol. And then beside his, there's a bird. And then people dispute this, but it looks like it says lark. But I think it says hawk. And the reason I think it says that is later on people, this is going to be a bigger discussion, but what people used to say then is our Dolem system, one of our laws, Anishinaabe Nation, our Anishinaabe law is that you follow your father's clan. You don't follow your mother's clan. So when these guys had a Wantagoshi father, a French father, when their French father, they looked at what their plan would be, and when the French used to come here, and they had any merchandise, they stamped that merchandise at Michilimackinac with the symbol of the laws, and that's a rooster. And so now if you watch the World Cup of soccer, you'll see the French national team has a rooster on their chest. And that's why we ended up saying anybody who had a French father, their totem ended up being that rooster. And likewise, the other way, for a Jaganash, if your father was a Jaganash, a British man, then they would always look at those medals, and anything what King George III had this lion standing up, and they always had that lion. So that's what they say for if your father is a Jaganash, a British man, your totem was Mishibji. And actually, there was a fellow named Jonas Wasagiji, and he signs a 1849 petition, and it's written in Ojibwe, and it says Jonas, and then there's a line there, picture, and then they wrote beside it Mishibji. So we know that for sure. And then later documents it says the word for them was Isakadewan in our language, and that was supposedly meant half burnt, and it was a reference to somebody who was what now we call Métis or half. So that's what it's said by this fellow's name. So that's why I believe Espanol's totem says cock instead of lark. That it means that it's a reference to that rooster. So that's still up for debate, but I can back that up. But that's getting a bit off. So then the next one is Shamanaswe, and then there's a fish drawn beside it, and then Anderson had put on their pipe, and it does look like a pipe, but one of the descendants of Shamanaswe says no, it's Neme, and the Neme is a sturgeon. So that's his totem, right? And then we had after Shamanaswe, it was Wagimake whose time. And Wagimake was a Mick totem. And that's Wagimake. To me, it sounds like the one who was the chief maker. But that's and Shamanaswe means he who facing the south. Wagimake, his totem was a beaver clan. And these people lived by the French River area. And then the last signature on there is Benquaneshkan. And Benquaneshkan, again, that means Beme. Beme means along. Gone, he has a feather. And then Shka is going. Benquaneshkan, he's going along with a feather. That's how I understand the word. But others say it means the thunder is going along, or the lightning. but I've seen a number of different names with that Gune, referring to a Miigwan. Miigwan is a feather, and the morpheme itself, Gwan, refers to that. So Ben Gwaneshwa, he's going along with a feather. And that chief had a Magnetawan. Magnet with 1850. He signed 1836, but he also signed 1850 treaty, and he moved to Chile between 1847 and 1850, because by 1850 he's living in Chile. And his Dodem is a Dik Dodem. He has a caribou as his clan. So, Ben Guneshtam, Regimonke, Kawanaswe, Espanol, the snake, and then Badaswe, and then Iopans, and then the Odawa chiefs, Bemasage, and Kichimokman, as well as I said Bemasage, and Kambatis Signat, Yerushkash, Mokmanish, and Besan Edish. Those are the chiefs that signed that. And we know all their dodems, and some of those names are still carried on throughout Manitoulin, in Wigwamkwam, or Wawaskinagal, we call it in our language, for Jalan, or Chigin, or Shishiwan. So those are the dodems on that particular tree. So we had that in that exhibit, we put those belts out again, and the reason for doing that, it says, I might misquote this bit, but the opening line of the 1836 treaty is, "My children, 70 snow seasons have now passed away since we tied our hands in friendship at the Crooked Place." And that's a direct reference to the Treaty of Niagara in that case. So they're actually talking about wampum, and as far as I know, that is the only treaty that references the original 1764 foundational Treaty of Niagara. That's a direct reference right in the text of that treaty, the first line, opening line. So I don't, and they call it the Crooked Place then, and as Thomas Gomersall Anderson, I know by his handwriting, because you look at it, he's got a distinctive style, and he was there. We know that the treaty was written by him. That it's in his handwriting. And then also, so that's why we tied 1836 to the 1764 treaty, and then that's why when we did the gathering at Manitowoc in 2011, we had a recital of this belt.
This bill, I just want to say, sir, and I'm very sorry to interrupt. Every time you use the word "this," can you just make sure you go back to what it is? So when you say that's why we tied the 1836 gathering to this belt, you're talking about the 1774, isn't it?
1764.
64. Okay.
So that's this belt. And it says 1764 on it. And it's called the Covenant Chain. So that you see the links of chain on there. And then you see the date 1764. And then the two people holding hands, the Anishinaabe and the Jognosh in alliance. And then you see their hearts there as well. So that's the belt. When I'm saying this belt, that's what I'm referring to.
That would be the belt, Mr. Corbiere, that is depicted now on the screen, the one at the top.
Correct.
Which is included in Exhibit C, I believe. Exhibit C of your affidavit.
Have we made that affidavit and exhibit?
Now, I referred to it a number of to that. So perhaps what we will do after our next break is that we'll hand those out together with the compendium of documents that we also have prepared in order to assist my friends and the court in following along with the evidence that Mr. Corbiere will give, if that's acceptable.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
I did want to, so I wanted to talk about that Ogima one, that exhibit, and to show that we did the research for that. We looked at James Evans, who was a missionary at the time, had provided an account of the treaty. And then also, of course, Francis Bondhead had an account of that treaty. And so we looked at those transcripts in our, like I said, I mentioned that newsletter that we did. We put that together and sent that out to all the Ojibwe Culture Foundation membership communities to try and get them educated about it. So we put together a number of different things for more our focus was to educate our fellow Anishinaabe. That was what we were doing with this exhibit. And so we were looking at historical documents, but also what people would call heritage items. And heritage items would be something like this wampum or these medals. But other times we talk about these and the pipes, but especially pipes and drums, we would call them our grandfathers. We would refer to them as a sentient being, a grandfather that would be able to help you. So that's what we talk about and what we wanted to show people and assist them in their learning as well. And the main thing at that time as well is unlearning at the same time. And processing a lot more information and package it for them to make it more, I guess if you want to say bite size, or nowadays I guess we'd say tweet, maybe the word is a tweet, but we get a lot of information that we can't possibly convey. It's too much. So that was our exhibit and our commemoration of the 175th anniversary of the 1836 Treaty of Manitowoc. And then, of course, another source is, although she wasn't there per se, but she was there in 1837, was Anna Jameson Brownell, and she came up to witness the delivery of the Indian presents. And then she talked about Wokmanish, Devaske, Bemasque, Kimokman, and especially Kimowan. People ended up saying that she sounded like she had a crush on Kimowan. I won't bother saying what she says in her published story, but if you want to read her account of Kimowan, she has real flattering things to say about it.
Now you mentioned Doram, or you said it means clan. There was a Doram display as well. I think you had curated. You've already made reference to that. Is there anything further on that you can tell us?
About the Dorans, currently, if you go to the Ojibwe Culture Foundation, you'll see an exhibit on the Dorans around Manitoulin and the North Shore. And just through my research, like I said, I went to a number of different archives, and I pulled different information. And sometimes it was a petition, and other times an ethnographer or an anthropologist went to the community and then solicited that type of information. And one of them is Paul Radden. He ended up coming up to the islands and North Shore, and then so I was able to compile a bunch of Dorans in this area, and then we made an exhibit. I didn't make the exhibit, I did all the research, and I compiled it by categories, what we would say hoof clan, bird clan, four-legged, like that. And so they ended up making Carmen Miracle was the one who ended up kind of designing it, and then we got an illustrator. But if you go in there and you look, on the wall in the Ojibwe Cultural Foundation Museum. That's a product of my research, but a collaborative effort to create a permanent exhibit there. So, and it's meant to be a lot of people want to know about their totem now, and a lot of people don't know it. So this was meant to be a resource for the Anishinaabe here who didn't know their totem, and that's what the intent was.
And part of your research was, of course, looking at, you said, historical documents.
Yeah,
And those documents would be written in English?
predominantly English, and every once in a while you get a Ojibwe one. That's what I forgot to mention was when I mentioned earlier that how I got into archival research was I kind of got a mania for trying to find documents with a totem. So I had compiled a bunch of documents with totems, and then I ended up finding documents written in Ojibwe. And then that set off another mania. And I started looking through all these archives to find, and I got a manuscript of documents written in Ojibwe. But there's one that I know of, but it's in the Vatican archives. And I'm trying to get a copy of it, but I've been unsuccessful so far, and I've been waiting to get that one because Jean-Baptiste Signoff is one of the ones, I suspect he's the one who actually wrote it, but him and his chiefs from La Arbor signed that, and one of the evidence in that list of signatories for that particular petition that's at the Vatican is Mokwash. So it ties right into Manitou and Island. So these are native authored documents. And native authored documents that are written in our language, I think, are documents that make a better representation of our understanding of the treaty, of our history, of our worldview, and of our lives. So that's why I really value those documents written in Ojibwe. And the chiefs sent their sons to the Jesuits to learn how to read and write. And then that's how this process on Manitou and Hennessy ended up flourishing for a little while. So Mokwanish's grandson, William Kanoshme, he could write in Ojibwe, and then he could write in English. So he was literate, but because he was a chief's son, he was purposely trained to do that, to become that. And the same with Chief Devaske in Chile, his son Louis Devaske II also was learned how to read and write in Ojibwe, and we got petitions that he wrote in Ojibwe as well.
Just before I move to the next heading, pardon me, you've told us that you're now doing your PhD, and would you tell us about that?
Last year, well, for a number of years, people have said, you should get your PhD, you should get your PhD. And I was working at the Ojibwe Cultural Foundation when people started saying that to me. And I just thought, I got a lot of work here to do. And I think that I want to learn my language as best I can before I go and do that. And then I ended up working at the Lakeview School, and we were working on a lot of translations of historic documents. And so the elders that I mentioned this morning, Louis Devaske, Evelyn Roy, and my father, Alan Corbiere, I would pick different documents and different stories, and we translate them. And then it isn't ideal, but in the sense that we're translating from English back into Ojibwe. But it's been a really good learning experience as well. So when they approached me again to take to enroll in PhD last year, I didn't have the funding, and my job was still my position was there, so, but my position, the 5-year term was coming up, so I thought, well, I might as well apply. My job's going to end here in Treaty, and I won't have a job, so maybe it's a nice time to take the PhD. And then I ended up getting funding this year, and I decided I might as well make the leap. But I had decided, people asked, what am I going to study? And I'm doing Indigenous history and Canadian history at York University. And they asked me, well, what's your thesis going to be? And actually, it was a friend of mine, Devin McGregor, says, well, what's your thesis going to be? So I'm talking to her in her office at Osgood at York University. I says, I think I'm going to do a history of Anishinaabe communicative strategies. And when I put it like that, I said, oh, that sounds like the title. So before then, I'd be like saying, oh, it's going to be diplomatic history, it's going to be looking at pictographs and bark scrolls and wampum belts and calumet stems, and, you know, and then once I said that it could be about communicative strategies, a history of communicative strategies. So I think that's what I'm the kind of working title or the topic area is now anyway. Just because I tried to look at Anishinaabe wampum belts, and as well as pictographic writing and the pictographs on the cliff faces, and looking at the stories, meanings, and how those are mnemonic devices. So I've been interested in mnemonic devices for a number of years, and I thought I'd give it a bit more attention than I've been able to when you end up working at a school and you have to write this report, write that report, or, you know. So that's I just started in September 2017, so I'm a month and a half in, and it's been good.
And we certainly thank you for taking your time away to be here to share your vast knowledge with us. Is there anything else that you want to say just about that part? I'm going to ask you next about the awards and your SHIRT grant and that sort of thing. But is there anything else that you have to say before I ask you to move into that and tell us about what awards you've got? Perhaps I can refer you to page 201 of the document in front of you, which we intend certainly to make an exhibit in these proceedings very shortly.
Oh yeah. So that 2011, that traditional star blanket, the chief and council and elders of Witquamcombe had given me that. That was actually at the commemoration, the 175th anniversary of the 1836 treaty. And when we had put that together, I was really, really surprised. I didn't know they were going to do that. And then they wrapped me in the blanket, and it was that has been one of the real meaningful and I guess, what would you say, heartwarming acknowledgments that I've given for that thing. And then Kent Gavin appointed me as a faculty member, lifelong faculty member, as a tradition keeper. Now they call it knowledge keeper too. So then, like I know you said before, people, Anishinaabe people were always taught, I was always taught to be humble and not to brag. That was our thing, not to brag. And then when people bestow this kind of label on you, especially like expert or knowledge keeper, or even people phone me up, they don't know who I am, but they've heard of me. They'll say Elder Corbiere, and then like I'm not an elder, I'm not that old, and or knowledge other people that are there that I'm still learning from. So it was, I didn't want to take that. I was like, no, I don't think of myself as that, as what these other elders that were designated that as well. But on the other hand, I understand that what the amount of work that I've done, the amount of research that I've done, that I see some kind of designation, I guess, would have been merited. But it just as a trying to practice and humility to not really say, yeah, I'm an elder, I'm an expert, I'm a knowledge keeper, but I don't feel that in the sense the people that I learned from were so humble, and they knew so much. So, and I don't think I'm nowhere near that in that sense. The old men that I learned some little bit of something from, I don't even. People come up to me and they think I still know that old man laid the secret of the universe on me, but he didn't. But I just tried to help, whatever it was. Like when we were talking this morning about keeping fire and running around, helping with that. That's all I really tried to help that old man with. And other guys lent me their story, let me record them, and I was able to work with that and deliberate on it, think about it, and really try to understand. And so I just feel in the one sense that their education is different than mine, and so I shouldn't get the same designation. Is basically what I guess it boils down to.
You have a shirt grant for your PhD?
I do. I didn't really realize this shirt was that hard to get, and I told people that I've gotten a shirt, and it's $20,000 a year for 4 years that they've awarded. And what you do, you apply and you say what you're going to study. And so that's what I said. I'm going to study, I have to say, native diplomatic traditions, meaning wampum belts, calumet stems, and then metaphors and speeches. And so they awarded me that. And I got the news in this past spring. And I was, so I thought, well, okay, that's great. But then the fellow students that I tell and other professors, they say, that's really hard to get a shirt in your first year and your studies. Usually you don't get a shirt until your second year. So, and I didn't really realize that. I just applied and I was helped by my professor. But people wrote some good reference letters, I guess, and it worked. So I did get a shirt grant, and it's that is an accomplishment. I didn't really realize it myself, but for the first year.
Mr. Corbiere, you received a number of grants, and I refer you to page 201.
Yeah, some of these I mentioned, like these Ontario Arts Council grants, was during my time at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation, and we were to try and run a summer art. We did run a summer arts camp for a number of years, and until we had got that grant, the Trillium one was the big one that we got for that as well, and we were able to bring senior artists to come and help teach younger artists, and then we also got like Irene here, our elder, Irene Makademi. We brought her up there to Dreamers Rock, and she taught them we taught she taught those young kids how to make ash baskets. And then her daughter, Mina Toulouse, we brought her up, and that medallion you were wearing with the quills, she makes those as well. She's a quill worker, makes those quill box baskets. we just tried to introduce a lot of different media and styles, and then so that they would find their own style. And then also, the idea was also to try and teach them to identify an ash tree, and then to go and pound it, and then to make the splints, and then to process it, salt it, and split them. But that's a laborious process, and I think the students kind of got that picture of how hard work that is to make that kind of craft. And then Canada Council of the Arts, this woven bags project. Oh, I left that bag in the car. We brought this lady in, and her name is Renee Wasson-Dillard, to try and teach us how to weave out of vegetable fibers. And we call it weagle in our language, and that's a basswood bark. And then also she uses that cattail reeds and bulrush reeds, and then also this nettle stalk. So she makes these bags, and then on the image of these bags, on one side is a thunderbird, and on the other is an underwater cat. And these are the spiritual forces, upper and underworld forces. And then you use those as a bag to keep your medicine in. So we wanted her to come and teach us, and we also, I forgot, but that was actually an exhibit we did too at OCF. We borrowed a bunch of these bags from Canadian Museum of Civilization. Gashtabidalgan, it was called, the exhibit was called Gashtabidalgan. And that's a pouch. So we had quill work on the front of those pouches. Sometimes they're woven, sometimes they're black tied, but there's all these motifs that go on there. So that was, we tried to match our summer exhibits so that the students enrolled in the summer arts program would then be inspired by the iconography, the timeless iconography of our people. So that was our intent. And then Nandopane, we got the Canadian Heritage Museum Assistance Program grant, and that was one. Nandopane is an interesting word that means, in our language, they translated prosaically as go on the warpath, Nandopane. But now we in our area, we have what we call a process of syncope. Our language is shortening. Every second short vowel will delete if we can get away with it. So some people, Ojibwe speakers elsewhere, don't like our dialect. As they say, we're butchering it. Because we cut it and we shorten it, we speak too fast. I always say we're just faster. We're ahead of the evolutionary, we're in the modern age, you know, the island. That's why we speak so fast and we put these things together. But Nando Benet, in our language, it doesn't mean go on the warpath. When you go, you say, I'm going to go look for him. That Ndo means you search. And then if somebody here, this my friend here, Alan Toulouse, we say, well, Alan Toulouse. This guy is going around looking for information. He's going to go check things out. So Ndak means to search in, to look for something. And then Bane, that if you read some of the Sir William Johnson's papers, especially the council proceedings of 1761 and 1764, he says, bring in your captives. And sometimes you say, bring in your slaves. And then other times you see the word P-A-N-I-S, bring in your panties. And that's what this word is, Nandopane. And that means a captive. And what some people say is that Pawnee, you know the Pawnee tribe? That's where the root word that came from, because they were the ones that were more easily captured. So a lot of people would go down there and take them as captives and bring them up here. And so really what you're saying, Nandopane, I'm going to look for a captive or a slave. So the slave in our language, it isn't the same as a chattel slave. The more proper English translation would be a captive. And this leads into a bigger discussion of, we end up saying the mourning wars. Mourning in the sense of loss, grieving. That when the smallpox came and the measles and these different diseases, it decimated our nations. So what they would do on these mourning wars,
Sorry, on these mourning,
huh?
what was the word after mourning?
Wars?
The wars.
They call it
Thank you.
mourning wars.
Thank you.
So these wars, the woman lost a baby. The woman lost a child. So she would cry, of course. She's grieving. So she would say to her brother or her husband, I want my child back. And so what that meant is now that man has to go on a raid. And when he goes down on a raid, he looks for a child that's about that same age. And then they kidnap them. And they bring them back up. They bring them and they wash them, they strip them down, they wash them, gave them a new name, which is oftentimes the name of the deceased, and then they took the place of that deceased child, and then they raised them as their own. So then they ended up becoming incorporated into the Anishinaabe society. And so that's why we call it Nandoben, they say going on the warpath, but it's actually going to find a captive. So when we lost all of a lot of these people to disease or war, we went down. Sometimes it was against the enemy who killed, like Nodawik, who we call Nodawik, but there were Haudenosaunee people, the Iroquois. We went there and we took captives back. They did the same thing to us. Why this is relevant is actually talk about Jean-Baptiste Siganoff again. In 1836, he ends up interceding. Bondhead comes up to Manitowoc, and he's actually given directions to actually say, no more presents. Tell the Indians that we're going to stop, we're going to discontinue delivering the presents to the Anishinaabe. And the presents are part of the Treaty of Niagara. Anyway, what the Siganoff's intervention is he brings these belts up and then he recites them. And then Sir Francis Bondhead is really enamored with this, and then that's when he says, let's make a treaty. And then that's why the first line of that treaty is 70 snow seasons have passed since we tied our hands in friendship at the crooked place. But with the Siganoff, fast forward 26 years to 1862, like I mentioned, the Siganoff stands up at Manitowoc and he says it's the Queen that is taking care of us and we should listen to the Queen. The Queen wants our land now. I'm paraphrasing here. The Queen wants our land now. I am the oldest here. He says, I am the eldest here. My ancestor was born here. My ancestor also was born in the West. He says, but we're the first ones here on Manitoulin. He tells all the other chiefs there. And if you remember, I mentioned another chief whose hat we had borrowed, the loonskin hat, and his name was Chief Zalgeganede. And Zalgeganede means the Zalge, if somebody goes out and say you're going outside, Zaljuela said, you're going outside. Zal just said. Zal means go out or appear. Zalgeganede appears. And then Wine is about horns or antlers. And then big at the end of a word means sitting. So this means he's sitting with the horns emerging. A young buck. Anyway, Zalgeganede gets up and the Siganoff is still speaking. And he says, Siganoff says, all that I own, I see. Zalgeganede stands up and he says, that man is speaking with such pride and vanity. He is a slave. He is not true Odawa. He does not own this land. He is and they say a Kikwiwa man. And it's a Kikwi wigwam, and Eke means earth, wigwam is a wigwam. Eke wigwam, and earthen lodge dweller. And the Odawa people have this story where these stories, not just one, but these stories, where they go west and they raid and they take captives and they bring them back. But these ones they brought back, these ones kept their Yoden. And their Yoden is that Ipigwen, we call it. And that means a sparrowhawk. And it's otherwise known as an American kestrel. And it's a nice little blue bird that can hover and swoop down. It's like a falcon. So this American kestrel, Ipigwen, that's Jean-Baptiste Signaut's Yoden. And that's what they say. Anybody with that Yoden is traced back to those the Wigwam people, the earthen lodge dwellers. So some people say they're Mashkode people, Maskud, others say they're Manda. So these are different types of people. So this ties again into ideas of treaty and totems and life world. But that was why that Nando Bene was important for us to try and teach. Because, as you all know, the prevalent image of us is bloodthirsty savages. But when you translate that word, we're not trying to go and kill. We don't have an ideology, a religious ideology, to go out and dominate the world or to kill on behalf of religion. It was actually to restore our lost relatives. And that's what that word means, Nandobane, going to search for captives. So Signaut does two things. He actually intercedes in 1836. And in my mind, he's a hero in 1836. Because Bondhead comes here and he wants to discontinue the distribution and delivery of Indian presence as per the Treaty of Niagara. But then where he falls, where people say he's a traitor, is that in 1862 he wants to give away all of Manitoulin to the Queen. So he has a fall of grace there at that point in time. That's his penultimate act is what he's judged by. But all throughout, he actually was a keeper of this Wampum belt. And as you know, in the compendium, he has somebody takes down his statement about the belts and their treaty relationship.
And we'll certainly come to that.
Yeah.
In your evidence. In addition, at page 202, you have numerous publications that you have authored. It carries on into page 203, starting in the year 2000, 2003, 2010, 2 in 2011, 1 in 2012, 4 publications in 2013, and again 5 publications in 2014.
Yeah. The first one, the 2001, was one that I wrote, and it's based on my master's thesis. My master's paper at York University from the Master's of Environmental Studies. And that's when I was making the argument why it's called that reconciling epistemological orientations towards a holistic education. It was back to this idea where I didn't want to learn about nouns. I wanted to learn our whole story. And what I shared about, that's why I talked about Nanabojo and where he went and what the symbol, the signs he left in the land for us. So this is back to this holistic idea, being that the spirit is in the land at these different locations, where we put down tobacco before we pass, and then go on, continue on, and then learn the story of that place, and then be able to recite that story or tell that story. And then also, if there's pictographs, that we're able to understand what the depiction is there as well. And then I went to the Algonquian conference in Winnipeg. No, that's where documents written in Ojibwe by Ojibwe people, or Anishinaabe people, I should say, because Odawa people wrote these as well. Then I put those together, and I had written an article, did a presentation at the Algonquin conference, which is an annual one. And that's where I put these documents together and showed and demonstrated that Anishinaabe people, the other title of this was Gi Anishinaabe Di Gewok Kundak Mishon Sabani. Our ancestors wrote in Ojibwe. That was the other title of this at that time. So I collected these documents written in Ojibwe because it wasn't just a priest that wrote. And then we were invited by the National Gallery of Canada to write an essay on the late artist Carl B. So Crystal Nimos and I did that. And I'm proud of that essay. And then in 2011, I edited this collection of stories that we put out through the Ojibwe Culture Foundation. That these were recordings that the Ojibwe Culture Foundation had of elders they recorded through the years. So we had Evelyn Roy transcribe them. So word for word, she went through and wrote them up, and I just had to fix up the spellings here and there, and then Kate assisted with her with the translations, and I had a hand in some of the translations as well. So I edited the translations. But that one, I think that one's I'm one of the most proud of, even though I would say, a marginal role in it. But I had a big hand in making it happen. So that's why I'm really proud of it. And the stories that the elders shared are phenomenal. So that's why I'm really proud of that one.
I noticed, pardon me, Mr. Corbiere, I noticed that there was an asterisk beside that, as there are among others, and that refers back and indicates a referee publication.
Right.
And just for us that might not know, and for those that don't know, what's the difference between a referee publication and otherwise?
Referee publication is peers, other people in the field read it over and then say that it's you're not just making it up. So the rest of the stuff I made up. Just kidding. No, the other stuff are like weren't submitted to academic journals or weren't part of museum publications or others that have to be peer reviewed as an institution, like a museum. Sent out as a monograph, they want to make sure that they're a knowledge institution. They want to make sure that the information that they convey has been scrutinized. And that's what this peer review, and that's what that asterisk indicates, that has been scrutinized by others.
And clearly then, according to the process you described, if it doesn't pass peer review, then it's not published, yes?
Right, yeah. So you get sent back, they'll send back, the editor will send back questions and say, oh, have you considered looking at this article or that, or would you consider looking at it from this kind of lens or perspective? And in that summer 2012 publication that was in the American Indian Art magazine, and that was when I wrote about Salgawane's headdress or hat, the loonskin hat, and it had a crown of woodpecker heads along the top, and it had a brooch at the back. And then I also looked at other headdress styles of Anishinaabe, and it was quite well received. After that publication, one of the curators, well, actually a couple of curators, the Royal Ontario Museum curator contacted me out of the blue and said he really liked that article. And then I forget the other curator from Europe actually emailed me and said they really enjoyed the article. And so myself and the woodpecker was the reason behind what made that article successful or important. So then, yeah, 2012 on page 202, when I wrote about Mokmanish, the Dan at Night, and this one at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation, we started. By this time, I was at the Ojibwe Culture Foundation at least 4 years, and I had been going to the Ethno-History Conference, the Algonquin Conference, Native American Indigenous Studies Conference, and then another one called Native American Arts Studies Association Conference. And when I went to these conferences, the majority of people and presenters there are non-Native. And every once in a while you meet a fellow Anishinaabe at these conferences. So I go to ethnohistory and then I bump into an Anishinaabe ethnohistorian. I go to the Algonquin conference and then I meet an Anishinaabe trained in linguistics. Then I go to another conference and I meet an Anishinaabe trained in museology. Anyway, then I said to myself, we can have our own conference with just Anishinaabe presenters, Anishinaabe academics. And that's why we ended up starting this conference called Anishinaabe. And Anishinaabe, for lack of a better translation, means everything and anything about Anishinaabe. Anishinaabe. So we started that conference and it's been going, I think this will be its 9th year, 8th or 9th year. Anyway, the idea was to bring in elders and invite them. Because these other conferences we go to, these academic ones, we submit a proposal to present. And I said, these elders aren't going to submit a proposal to present. We ask them to come. And the same thing with artists. We want them to talk about their art. They usually don't write a proposal to say, I want to speak about this. So the early parts of this Anishinaabe conference, we would invite people who we knew who was doing interesting artwork. And also elders who we knew, of course, had interesting stories to tell. And then we bring different academics from different disciplines to come and talk. So we had a 2-day conference, and it was what they call a multidisciplinary conference. And so we had artists there, elders there, young people, students there, teachers there, language advocates there, storytellers there. And the main idea was to foster knowledge revitalization through expression. So we wanted artists to hear the elders and then to take the elder's story and render it into art. And then we wanted the artists to inspire the elders to say, oh, I do know a story about that. And then to share about that as well. And then we wanted our own academics to share the research they've been doing in various universities or colleges. So it was meant to be a place that they call cross-fertilization. And so we made proceedings. Whoever wanted to publish, and although these they don't have the asterisks on there, but like you see here, 2012, the editors are Deb McGregor, and I should have put Dr. Deb McGregor, because she has her PhD, and Alan Corbiere and Crystal Lewas. We were the editors, so they are reviewed, each of the articles in there are reviewed. And then Marianne Corbiere served as Dr. Marianne Corbiere, not reviewed, also served as an editor in the 2013 proceedings. And then later on, we had another editor at one point. So we have Anishinaabe scholars that assist with that, to create a record of these conferences so that people can refer to them later on.
Thank you for that. You have a number of selected conference papers and lectures. They appear at page 204. And I'm particularly interested in the conference 2014, the Treaty of Niagara presented to the Law Society of Upper Canada, Toronto, Ontario, June 19th. And similarly, in 2014, the Covenant Chain and the Treaty of Niagara lecture at Osgoode Hall, York University, November 17th, 2014. I guess firstly I asked you, before I asked you to explain, or before you explain what those were about and how you went about doing that presentation, how were you invited there firstly?
People just contact me, phone me, or email me. And oftentimes they've heard or seen a lecture I've done. And then they say, we want you to come down to the university. Can you come down and deliver a lecture? And about the wampum belt, or about plants, or about Anishinaabe writing, or the War of 1812 is another one. But the professors of those classes usually are the ones that invite me to come down and talk, because it fits into their course. Usually it's a part aspect of their course they're teaching.
The publication, the conference listed at the top of that page, 2014 Wampum Belts and the Treaty Making Process, Ontario Ministry of Education, January 2012, 2015.
Yeah, the ministry asked me to go down there and talk and to present on these wampum belts and to talk about the treaty making process. And I went down to their McDonald block in Toronto, Bay Mountain, and I delivered a lecture there about it. And they actually, now with not the Ministry of Education, but now it's called MIR, the Ministry of Indigenous Relations. I forget what the other R is for. Ministry of Indigenous Reconciliation. Okay, yeah. So they actually called me up again, and they want me to go down to talk again about the belts and that. So they called me to come down a couple of times, and the latest was actually Ontario Premier, Minister Wynne, but it wasn't her, through her office. They actually invited me to be part of this reconciliation for this year. And I forget the minister's name, but I was just too busy to be part of that committee. There's Rick Hill on that committee, who was a Seneca from Six Nations, well, Buffalo, but living at Six Nations. So they wanted to see how they can actually affect and work towards reconciliation in the 150th year. And at that point, I was surprised because the actual Minister of Indigenous Relations actually called me up there in the springtime, asked me to be part of it. And I just said, I'm too busy, I can't. And so I recommended Bonnie Devine, who's an artist, to sit on my place, because I thought if you're making something, it's better, in my mind, to get an artist who might be able to come up with a conceptualization of that. So the other, 2014 was a big year, and the one that I was proud of is that you see it says the Anishinaabe and the Covenant Chain presented at the 250th anniversary commemoration of the Treaty of Niagara, Fort Niagara, Lewiston, New York, and then the Lieutenant Governor David Omby was in attendance that time. So the government had called us to come and recite these belts. So myself and Rick Hill were there at the Fort Niagara, where 250 years ago this belt was exchanged. So
Should we take an afternoon break at some point, Mr. Moore?
I think this could be as good as any.
And is this a good time?
Certainly.
Okay, let's do that. Why don't we take 15 minutes?
All rise. This court is on recess for 15 minutes. This court is resumed. You may be seated.
Your Honor, just before we continue, I just wanted to make sure we handed up these documents. So there will be 4 that we're handing up, and all of these have been distributed already. The first will be Alan Corbiere's main report, so the affidavit of Alan Corbiere. And I don't know if you want me to do the exhibit number.
Why don't we do that?
No?
Exhibit 26.
The exhibit 26. The next 2 documents would be Alan Corbiere's reply reports. And so the first one is reply to Beaulieu's report, dated September 16th, 2017. This is going to be exhibit 27. The next reply is titled Niagara, the Crooked Place, or Why Anna. Exhibit 28. And then the 4th document is it's a compendium of documents that we were going to be using for the purposes of the examination, which I think we discussed this last week, so that we don't have to bring up the joint book. And I just want to make one note about it, because this was provided this morning to my friends here, that at tab 14 of this compendium is a document that wasn't sort of in the joint book per se, but it's a collection of transcripts that are all referenced to documents that are in the joint book and are also part of this compendium as well, in terms of the archival material. So they're just...
The transcripts that are not in Exhibit 1?
That's correct, yeah. But they're transcripts of documents that are part of Exhibit 1 in the joint book.
Oh, and do you specifically reference what tab is Exhibit 1?
Yes, indeed.
Right, thank you. And all of that is fine with the defendant? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll have this now.
And you have 2 sets?
2 sets.
Thank you very much. So the Exhibit 28 it is a reply report, but we're calling it Alan Corbiere Report, Niagara, the Crooked Place, or help me with this word, Wyanning?
Wayana.
Wyanning. What?
Wayana.
What beyond? So if, as you continue, either Mr. Corbiere or Mr. Worm, if you're making a reference, would you mind giving me a chance to get to it? Thank you.
Certainly, thank you for that, Your Honor.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Mr. Corbiere, I left left you, or rather, we left, you were talking about in terms of your selected conference papers and lectures, is that page 204 of your affidavit, which is now an exhibit in these proceedings. Just to be clear, when you say that you spoke at these particular conferences, is this something that you just show up at, or is it something that you're invited to? How does that come about?
No, I get invited to these things. I don't. Actually, that would be. I never just show up to talk. I would find that really presumptuous for some people, presumptuous. And one of the things, one of the fellows I used to listen to when I was at the University of Toronto, the late Joe Couture, he used to always talk about when we would ask him different advice. He says, well, I said, well, what if they showed up and told us this or that? And we were asking about, when people come in to try and start doing the teaching or whatever. And so what Joe Couture would say to that is, what did you ask them to come? That was the main thing. He says, if you ask, then yes. But if you didn't ask them to come, then you're kind of not really obliged to. If they're going around, it's almost like he was reacting against preaching. So, and I've been cognizant of that if I show up at a place and I'm just interested in participating, and nobody's asked me to talk, I don't bother putting my hand and interjecting and telling them, no. I don't bother trying to, or, yeah, I agree with you or anything like that. I just sit in the crowd and listen. So, I don't go around promoting myself. But it's just, like I said, people have heard me talk, or that if it's one of these ministers or deputy ministers, or they've heard of me, then they get one of their people, one of their employees to contact me and ask me to participate or to deliver a lecture or presentation.
And again, just referring to those selected conference papers and lectures of 204, 205 of your affidavit. I believe that is Exhibit C attached to your affidavit. Is there anything else there of particular note that you wish to inform the court about, insofar as your qualifications, and how that leads you to be qualified in the manner that we are seeking to have you?
You said 204 and 205?
Yes, pages 204, 205, under the heading Selected Conference Papers and Lectures, just the area that we've been talking about.
So, the only one that I guess that I did self-invite was those Anishinaabe Nation conferences that we hosted, because we were a host organization, and I had stuff to share, so. But the others, like the Smithsonian Institution, they invited me to come and sit on the panel there, how museums can assist with language revitalization. So, if you look at the overall kind of work, what I strive to do, continue to strive to do, is to try and merge Anishinaabe language with museum studies and history studies, to try and deepen our understanding as well as deepen our curricular resources for either elementary school, secondary school, but actually a lot of this stuff ends up being in sometimes post-secondary, because we just haven't, people aren't there yet to take a full-blown Anishinaabe geography course, history course at grade 7 or 8. Because the children, or the schools I've been in anyway, they don't have the necessary Ojibwe language, requisite Ojibwe language skills yet. So,
You serve on at least a couple of boards. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, like I mentioned that Great Lakes Research Alliance for the Study of Others in Agriculture, I'm a board member there. And then I'm also on the ad hoc committee for Anishinaabe, which is a continuing one. But I'm also, it says, as of the writing of this, it says previously a board member of Anishinaabe Tech Language Conference. Anishinaabe Tech, this will be the 24th anniversary, 24th conference. And I'm a sitting board member now. But when I wrote this 2 years ago, that was when I wasn't on the board. Then I sat back on the board again to help plan the conference. So that's one of the places where I usually like to go and attend because the majority of people are my fellow Anishinaabe. So, and I want to share whatever I've learned with the Anishinaabe community. But I do have to go to these other conferences that I mentioned, like Ethno History and Algonquin Conference, and more academic ones. So I try to go back and forth to present.
And just lastly, you have on page 206, work in progress and plan. Can you tell us about that and research that might be involved in the work that you have ongoing and planned?
So the first one that's listed there, the Alan Corbiere, I still know how he spoke to me, a collection of speeches by Anishinaabe chiefs. So these, I started this when I read, I should have mentioned this, I read Catherine Sims' thesis, and it was called Gathering to Give. And it was a thesis about the presence, Indian presence. It wasn't necessarily about the Treaty of Niagara, but she actually talked about how Manitowoc was a place to receive these presents, and then the speeches that were delivered there. And so, but she only covers a certain time period, and my work actually went beyond that time period. So mine included 1760, and then tried to go up to 1900 to collect documented speeches or petitions of our chiefs relating to different issues. And at first it was just supposed to be Manitowoc and Lake, North Shore of Lake Huron. But after a while I started finding some stuff that actually where the chiefs had more of a grand council meeting. And then there was a movement toward that where they, like in 1881 and 1879, they have a grand council meeting where they're going to take these dogs. They want to take them to England, and they're blocked from doing so. So these are the kind of things that I wanted to include in this, and it's more or less, you know how there's the Indian treaties and surrenders of Canada, and there's A, B, and C. This was supposed to be the speeches, because what those books do, they're great for reference, but what they do is they omit the councils of that treaty, the council proceedings, and that's the important part. And then they also miss afterward the petitions that were subsequent to the treaty that detail where there was misunderstanding or misrepresentation. So what my work with this would be is that it would include, I wanted to include the treaty so that you would have a reference of what the chiefs are actually reacting to or being proactive if it's before the treaty. So it's contextual information. So usually when I get invited to go and do a talk sometimes, people ask me, what should they read? And they're oftentimes it's non-native people. And then I tell them, well, do you know the treaty area you are in? They say, yeah, I've read the treaty. And I said, well, did you read the council proceedings? No. And I said, well, did you read the petitions that come subsequent to that treaty? And they said, no. And I said, there is where you're going to get the Anishinaabe perspective on that. Because if you just read the treaty document on its own, that's just a snapshot in time. And it's written in English at the time when our ancestors were just, the majority were monolingual Ojibwe speaking people. So you have to have complement that or supplement your information or your reading list wherever treaty area you are in with that information.
Mr. Warren, could you ask, or Mr. Corbiere, you have often answered questions by making reference to Ojibwe-speaking people. And throughout Elder Rita Corbiere's evidence, she spoke about Ojibwe being one of 3 languages that perhaps Anishinaabe people speak. And are you distinguishing Ojibwe language from the others?
No.
Okay.
I'm just used to saying, when I'm addressing people in English, the majority of the talks I give, people don't know Anishinaabe. And when I say Anishinaabe to non-native audience, they don't know what I'm talking about. But when I say Ojibwe, they know what I'm talking about. So, Anishinaabe, the people that are categorized as Ojibwe would say they speak. If you go to Minnesota, the people there are going to say they speak Ojibwe. I speak Ojibwe. And then if you go, some would even say here, I've never heard anybody say this, but in contrast, they would say people on Manitoulin speak Dawa. This is the Dawa. And then you just add Moen at the end of the word, and that means their language. So I would say here, right now, we're speaking Jabanashi Moen. So Jabanash is English, Jabanashi Moen, we're speaking English. And then when we have somebody here, a Wemtegosh, a Frenchman, we say Wemtegoshi Moen. That means the French language. So the reason I'm just in the habit of when I go to Restoule where I do these presentations, people are mostly used to hearing it being referred to as Ojibwe. And then actually what happens is like what just happened here, but the reverse. I end up saying Anishinaabe, and they say, what's Anishinaabe? So hopefully 10 years from now, people will know Anishinaabe more fully, non-native people. Anishinaabe people know what it is. And Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, Odwe, Mimoen, you could say that too. Any Moen. And then the Nadawe, we would say of the Iroquois people, Nadawe Moen. They speak Iroquois. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I should also mention that in the compendium of documents at page 207, there is a glossary. At tab 1, there is a glossary. And the word Anishinaabe and Anishinaabe is attempted there. It's not as fulsome as an explanation as Mr. Corbiere has given, but that might be of some assistance.
Sorry, you said in the compendium at...
Tab 1.
Thank you.
And there is contained therein a list of words that Mr. Corbiere will be referring to during the course of his evidence. So, Mr. Corbiere, is there anything else that we haven't covered that you believe and think is important with respect to your qualifications to give evidence here in this court in the manner that we seek to have you qualified as an expert?
Like I had mentioned, I've spent since my oldest daughter was born trying to learn to speak Anishinaabe, and I've acquired a lot of different resources, printed materials by linguists, and then also some that have written in either idiosyncratic orthography or phonetic orthography, and or even Anglican-based, which is different than Jesuit orthography, and also people just writing the way it sounds to them. So if you put, for example, you took the Lord's Prayer that was written by an Anglican, and you took the Lord's Prayer that was written by a Jesuit, you would have two different spellings. And you would actually look at that, and if you covered the title, and you just had the text, you wouldn't necessarily know that it's the same language or same words, just because of the way these people wrote. But since I've dealt with these documents numerous in different ways, I can tell oftentimes what is being written, despite the orthography, the obsolete orthography that the Anglicans and Methodists use. But still there are words that I don't fully understand if there's a word written, just because their orthography was so varied. They didn't just use one sound for one wording. And then the Jesuit orthography is more consistent and is better, but it isn't
Maybe just hold for a moment, Mr. Corbiere.
yeah.
Yes, I apologize.
You must have won an online casino or something. Sounded like a slot machine. Maybe. So that kind of skill, there's not too many people that can do that kind of thing, decode these written documents that are written in different orthographies. And it takes a bit of work. Sometimes I can't just pick one up and read it and translate it right then and there. But it'll take me some time. I've gotten people have sent me documents written by their ancestors. And they'll say, are you able to make sense of this? Because they aren't able to. So then I play around with it, and I say, oh, this is what this word is. This is what this word is. And then you get enough of it together that you can then understand what is written there. So in that sense, I think that I have built up a unique set of skills based on archaic orthographies. And then also, the other thing is that when we look at these metaphors, I've spent a number of time, dedicated number of years to studying this. That not everyone can go through these and talk about the metaphorical meaning as well. A lot of people can do it, but for example, when I first read the speech that's written in Ojibwe in 1862, and we were using this to make that exhibit that I talked about in 2002. I didn't know what the symbolism of the mat was, and I didn't know what the symbolism. I knew the importance of a fire, but I didn't know the symbolism of establishing a fire in somebody's territory, nor the erecting of a tree, and making a road. It sounds self-evident, but some of these metaphors, it's only after I did more reading and looking at more of these council proceedings and more of these speeches in different contexts that this meaning gets more elucidated when you do your reading. So I was able to compile, just because I was compiling that speech book, that was what led to greater understanding of the acts of speech, and then also the utilization of different metaphors.
Was the first thing you said making a map? The symbolism of making...
Oh, a mat,
Mat.
M-A-T, yeah.
Thank you.
So even you'll see a Signal's 1851 speech, he says, referring to the wampum belt, he says, it is a mat. This is a mat of peace. So again, they refer to the belt as a mat sometimes, and, which seems like a strange thing to say. And then, but back to like what I was saying, 2002, I read that speech and I didn't know what it was about. I was just like, oh, it's written in Ojibwe, and I was all excited. Then I read it, and I was like, oh, this sounds pretty good. But I didn't really fully realize how deep the speech was, and then that it was actually referring to this. Because in that petition, it doesn't actually say Treaty of Niagara. And then that's what one of the commentators had said against that speech, that they said it isn't about Niagara, because the word Niagara doesn't appear in it. And the reason Niagara doesn't appear in it is because it's an Anishinaabe authored document. And we don't say Niagara in our language. We say Wayana. Wayana, the Kapkam, that means Niagara Falls. So, and Niagara isn't an Ojibwe word, it's based on a Iroquois word. So that's why that word isn't going to appear in an Ojibwe written document, a document written by Anishinaabe people who speak Ojibwe. So that's what I think is one of the skill sets that I bring that's unique, is that I've studied these documents and I've compiled a number of these speeches in council proceedings and typed them out from handwritten documents. So it sounds like right now when I say I have a book of speeches, to somebody who doesn't realize the amount of work that goes in would just think I just pulled all these books together that were already printed out. And through this printing, I just retyped it or I scanned it and then I converted it into a Word document. That isn't what happened. I actually went to these archives. I looked up I read secondary source information. I saw that they referred to this or that speech, council proceeding. I looked up the reference and then I made a tabulation of all these references, because when somebody's writing a book, they don't use the whole speech. They just use whatever is relevant to their point. And I was like, well, what did they say in the rest of the speech? So that's why I would make a tab, and it would say, let's say, Library and Archives Canada, Record Group 10, volume whatever it is. I go to the archives, I pick that up, and it's a handwritten document. And then I take that handwritten document, and then I type it out. And then sometimes the handwriting is nice and clear, but often not. And then the amount of time that I got to do is go through and actually type that out and figure out what that word is. And if I don't know the whole word, I'll put square brackets around it to indicate that I'm unsure of this particular transcription of this particular word. But the rest of it that has no square brackets, I'm confident of it. So the book, the manuscript, I think it's up to 200 and some odd pages of single space Word doc. And like I said, I focused on speeches at Drummond Island, St. Joseph's Island, and Manitowoc, and then subsequent petitions afterward. So it was a lot of work, and that's why I feel like I'm not done, because I think I get to see more of these speeches from different archives. That's why I went to the Burton Historical Collection. Because for whatever reason, George Island was an Indian agent at Manitowoc from 1845 to 1863. And then, but there's like 2 trunks of his papers, of his Indian office papers at Manitowoc at the Burton Historical Library that aren't at Library and Archives Canada. So, but this fellow who was involved with he just wanted all these manuscripts, so he went around and he was rich and he bought all these things up. And so those that come up for auction, I guess, and then he bought them and took them to the States. So anyway, that's why you got to go to all these different archives and type them out and read them. pay for all these different fees. So it's been a big undertaking so far.
And one thing I'd just like to check, Mr. Corbiere, a moment ago you said, and the reason Niagara doesn't appear in it, you're talking about the speech. Then you say, I think you say it's in it. I thought you put your hand on the wampum. It's in it. But just for the record, you're saying that, I wish I could get that line. I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you were saying. When you say the reason Niagara doesn't appear in it, that's the speech,
Yeah.
1861,
Two.
and 2, and then you use the word Wayunga.
Yeah, we
Wayunga. Is the Ojibwe word, and I say it isn't, it doesn't appear in the Ojibwe written document. Maybe I got it. I thought there was, at some point you referenced something that was in the wampum, but just touched it instead of using that word, but maybe we're okay.
I didn't touch it, but that was when I was talking about the map.
The map.
That Signal, when he's recounting the promises of the Treaty of Niagara, he says that they had said, you must touch this map of peace, and meaning the wampum belt. That when you touch the belt, you're agreed to, is one of the ways they would describe that.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, subject to any agreement or otherwise that I might arrive at, or we may arrive at with our friends before they will be crossing Mr. Corbiere. I guess that would be on November 7 and 9, as I presently understand the schedule. We would tender Mr. Corbiere as an expert on behalf of the plaintiffs. I can read, if you choose, the qualification statement that we have. But you'll see that it appears in the document that our friends at Crown have supplied this afternoon.
Sorry, you're reading the last paragraph plaintiffs proposed revised?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that would be what we propose to tender this witness as an expert in.
All right, but that actual proposal, I think we are doing in Sudbury, is that right?
Correct.
Following the cross-examination.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And it may look different.
It may well look different, and that's, there are still, I think, things that can happen.
Thank you.
Could I just ask one housekeeping question, just as a point of clarification about Exhibit 29? Would that be all right, Your Honor?
Yes, please go ahead.
Those transcriptions, I just want, am I understanding correctly that those are transcriptions at tab 14 that the witness did? Have I got that right? Or is there a different source of those transcriptions? Just spell that is the written reference to your point on transcription. I'm just curious as to who did it.
Collection.
Where do you say they are, Mr. Stevenson?
Mr. Robert, I indicated that there were a bunch of them at tab 14.
Thank you. That's as specific as we get. Oh, here they are after the first page. There's the table of contents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right. I
And
guess,
then you'll see just on the page to the left, page, because there is the sort of references to where they are in the compendium and where you find them in the joint book.
All right, so Mr. Stevenson's question was, are these transcriptions created by, made by Mr. Alan Corbiere?
I don't know which ones you're,
Let me show you what we've done here. This is what we're looking at.
yes, that's, I did this.
All right.
okay, thanks.
So some of the 5 speeches appear at other tabs. Some of them are alone, and others are a collection of. I think that there's an index for tab 4 tab 14, pardon me, that has been compiled. I believe that has been delivered to my friends, so they should have that. And I think Your Honor will have.
I have something pasted in.
Yes. And that was meant simply to respond to the concern I think that my friends had expressed that these may be new documents. So we're trying to provide assurance that in fact they do appear and they have been provided by Mr. Corbiere, and they would appear at other places within either the joint book of documents or within the compendium.
And when you use the word transcription for each of these, sir, that is just a transcription from handwriting.
Yeah.
It was already in
Yes.
English.
This is already in English. There's one there that's
So we don't
already
have to
in English.
struggle through the handwriting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you. There's
Okay.
one that,
Oh, one that's in Ojibwe that I transcribed and then had to retranscribe into double vowel orthography that we use now. I think it's number 5, the national speech.
number 5 is called Petition from Garden River.
Okay, number 4 then.
Number 4, Grand Council at Manitoulin, 1870.
Number 3 then. Yeah. Number 3 is the
Oh, I could have
Ojibwe.
like,
Yeah,
Bemgawanesh gang,
Yeah.
Etchiging.
yeah.
Okay.
So that one was originally written in the Jesuit orthography, and there's people who still are able to read that, but the majority of people now we use a double vowel orthography. So I had, for that little compendium before, I put that together, and I put it in a double vowel orthography, so that others who are learning will be able to confuse it.
And it's the double vowel orthography that you say is now the one that is being taught.
Yeah, that's correct.
We're prepared to move into the in-chief, subject to, again, as I say, any kind of arrangements that may occur that might change the proposed revised qualification statement of Mr. Corbiere before he is back on the stand on the 7th to the 9th of November.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Corbiere, you had told us earlier about the Anzukan or sacred stories. You've told us about one that has shaped the lands that we're on, the lands and territories that we're now in.
Yeah, the Atzokanak are what we would call the spirit stories, sacred stories. And in our dialect we say Ansokan. And in the Bajamawin are more narratives or reports. And usually the Bajamawin would be something that somebody actually had seen or experienced. And Ansokan are time and memorial stories, basically. But in Ojibwe we have a verb, and we could say Hi Ansokana, that somebody who had been so powerful in this life while they were on earth that now their exploits get talked of as legends. So that's why we say Hi Ansokana. They're now entered a kind of different realm, that they are now an Ansokan. So, and then you look at the word Atsokana. The Atsokana, if you look in the dictionary, Minnesota Ojibwe dictionary, they say a sacred story. And then they also say a character in the sacred story. So it means both. It means the story, but also the characters in the story. And then when we feast those, we're feasting those characters in the story in order to assist us. So they'll have a feast and they'll call them in. They'll call them in to come and eat. Atsokana. Come and eat. So to us, we believe they're still around. And like I said, when we don't want to talk about them in the summer because they're awake, but gotta feed them too. So they're characters in the story. And my name, that second name I said, that would be considered an Atsokana. Because it's part of one of the characters in the stories.
And what do the Anishinaabe origin stories tell you about the inhabitation of these territories that we're on now?
We talk about the creation story, but also I call it the recreation story, when the flood occurred. Many people have heard this flood story, and about the time of Nanabojo. And then, but other times people would talk about that one of the etymologies provided for the word Anishinaabe, the historian, they call them mixed blood in the States, and some say half in the States. William Warren that says Anishinaabe means spontaneous being. It just appeared out of nothing. But what A. Benton Benet says is that the word actually means Anishinaabe. The male Abe refers to the male of any species. So you'll hear people say Yabe, and that means a buck of a deer. But then when you say Shin, you're talking about put him or an animate item here. Shin. Dopani. Place him here on the table. And then a nin is away from you. So like I was saying, a nin bato, he's running away. So what Eddie Benton says is the man lowered from the spirit world, the sky, onto the earth, lowered down. And the part that I like about that word, that description, that etymology of that word, as he says, a nin. So the word is implied in there that it was the Creator who named us, because he's saying, a nin, shana, away from me, I placed him onto the earth. So he was at the Creator's side, and he placed him down here on the earth, away from him, a nin, meaning away. The opposite of a nin is bit. Bit means to come towards. So that's the etymology of the word Anishinaabe. So we always say, what our story is that we were placed here on Turtle Island, what they call it, some call it Michigan Hennessy, Turtle Island, and that's all of North America. Michigan is a snapping turtle, and Hennessy is a island. And then in the speeches, the Odawa Chief Keda in 1818 told the garrison at Drummond Island that when the Creator made us, He placed us on an island, the Odawa's Island. And the other name for Manitoulin is actually Odawawanis. So Chief Okeda places creation happening here where we are on Manitoulin Island. But back then it was known as Odawawanis. This is where creation happened for the Odawa. But similarly, Jean-Baptiste Signal was being questioned by the Indian agent and early ethnographer Schoolcraft, Henry Rose Schoolcraft, and he told the same thing. The Creator placed the Odawa people on Odawa Venice, meaning Manitoulin Island. And they would just say an island in Lake Huron, but we know Odawa Venice is this island. So the Odawa say creation for them happened here on Manitoulin. And others, people would say, wherever their donan was, they would say that at the time, and this is based on the research of Darlene Johnson, where she looked at the Jesuit archives, Jesuit relations, and the Jesuit relations, and also a fellow by the name of Perrault, where he ended up saying that the giant beaver died. There was a time when all the animals were giants, and when the giant beaver died, he died at this place. And from his body came out the people called the Mi'kmaq. And now that name, the Mi'kmaq, has become obsolete, but that's actually beaver clan people that are now called Ojibwe or Anishinaabe. But back in the 17th century, they were called the Mi'kmaq. And then similarly, they said that where the giant otter died, from his body emerged Nigigwuje Ninawok. And Nigig means otter. And so now that ended up being called the Otter Clan people. So this is what Darlene Johnson talks about in her Ippawash inquiry report. And she uses those stories where they talk about each of these different clans that emerged from a progenitor who was a giant being before. And so each of them say this is where creation happened for us at these particular places.
That was just clear my throat.
And each of these clans, as you describe it, had arisen out of these beings in the locations where their clans are now situated.
Where their clans, she ties it to basically where the chieftainship and the clan and the proprietorship over that land show a demonstrated longevity. So, for example, the Crane clan has been at Sault Ste. Marie for eons. And then when you look at the clan there, Namanegwajin, the signatory to the 1850 treaty, his clan is Ajijab, the Crane. Likewise, the Guillaume Cons, who is at Teslon, his clan is also Ajijab, the Crane. Jingwa Hons, his clan is the Plover, Jichi Shmai. So,
What's the word in English?
the Plover?
Plover.
Yeah, or Plover. I actually call them Kildare. In our language, we say Jichi Shmai is a Kildare, but the Plover, Kildare, I've seen in English on the documents, they'll say Plover. The Plover. One of the documents that Shingwal Holmes has signed, it says Plover. Dolem of the people of Fair River. And that's refers to his head going back and forth. And then GG walks in, somebody has a rocking chair, goes back and forth. And then GG Kajayga, that's when you have a poker for your fight, so you always go back and forth. GG Kajayga, that's a poker.
I'm cognizant of the hour as well. Mr. Corbiere has been going for some time, and I just wonder whether my friends would, if they would, if now is an appropriate time to end for the day, because we're going to move to another area.
All right, wherever a natural time is.
I would suggest now then.
All right. So we'll break now for the day, and did you have a chance to speak, Council, about a start time? Are you looking at 9:30 or earlier?
So, certainly I can speak on behalf of myself and some others. We have travel schedules that we have to be out of the hearing by 3 p.m. tomorrow. So if you were a better, I should say, my friend is a better estimator of how long we will need, I would suggest we start as early as we need to get it done by 3.
So what I've heard is that to make travel plans, departure must be at 3. So back to you.
I would like to give a, yes, Your Honor, I would like to give a commitment that we can be done by 3.
By starting when?
9:30, if that would suit my friends. I see
I mean,
nodding.
if you want to be safe, you can start at 9. I think we're all here.
Again, I see nodding. I would refer then only to Mr. Corbiere.
It's all the same to us.
I might just ask if it's okay with the court reporter, because she is probably, in addition to Mr. Corbiere, working the hardest out of all of us. Is that
Thank you
okay?
very much. And Mr. Corbiere.
That's it.
All right. We're on for 9.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so at 3 we're going to be rushing out. If folks, if you have any housekeeping items, I mean, you're all similarly motivated, so I know you'll do what you have to do, but if there are, because it's the end of our time here, maybe we need to know if there's any plans for how we end our time here.
Yes, Your Honor, there is a smudge ceremony at the end, but it won't take more than 20 minutes.
All right, so, we still at 9? Well, I would suggest then we're out of this room at 2:30. Does that sound right? Okay, so 2:30 and we're starting at 9. And we'll do what we can do. And so I'll ask you if you would put your mind this evening to any matters which we should transmit to those people who are preparing for our visit to Garden River. And as I recall, we start at 10 on Monday. No, we're now Tuesday. Now plans to start on Tuesday. And do we go directly into a hearing, or are we having some, is there some plan?
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Again, there will be an opening ceremony, sacred fires, so just 20 minutes. Mr. Leroy gets through it pretty quick.
He's traveling with us, I see.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, just maybe before we definitively say Tuesday, we're hoping for Tuesday, but I think we should discuss it a bit before deciding that. We should know by tomorrow morning.
All right. Okay. Is there anything else then? So again, I'll ask you to put your minds to, and maybe we can address it very quickly tomorrow morning, anything, any information, any changes, anything you need for us to begin next week in Garden River. Okay? All right, let's try that. tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you.
All rise. Oyez, oyez, oyez. The sittings of this court have now concluded. Long live the Queen.